We will begin shortly. Just give us a very good day to everyone that is accompanying us here today in the Virginia Gutierrez Auditorium in the Graduate Studies Faculty of the National University of Colombia in the Bogota campus. Today is the fourth day of the 10th AmeriGEO 2025 week, organized by the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute, EDM, and the Geographic Agustín Codazzi Institute, IGAC, with the support of the National University of Colombia, the Observatory of Earth, and the Canadian government. For both entities, it is an honor to welcome you to this encounter that turns Bogota into the epicenter of regional cooperation and geospace data and Earth observation. We especially greet all the people that are connecting our via live transmissions in our official YouTube channels from the EDM and the EGAC. Today's event is divided into 5 different segments: satellite technologies to mitigate methane emissions, government participation, industry and NGO participations, scientific contributions, including national university studies throughout Colombia, institutional collaboration in order to coordinate national actions, and the expansion of cooperation between the International Observatory for Methane Emissions, IMEO, because of its acronym, governments, industry throughout Latin America and the Caribbean in order to strengthen regional impacts. You can also accompany us to the next panel that we will have in this same room about multi-purpose cadastre with ethnic communities, interculturalness, and sustainability by Mr. Saavedra. Juan Francisco Saavedra is an anthropologist from Andes University. He has skills in public policies and he has socio-cultural studies with ethnic peoples of Colombia. He has a master's in linguistics from the Cari Cuervo Institute. He has broad experience in coordination, administration, execution, and assessing projects with ethnic peoples from Colombia. He has broad knowledge in diverse cultural diversities, academic text, drafting public policy documents and field reports. Currently, he is the coordinator of the participation group and the dialogue from the Geographic Institute of the Agustin Codazzi Institute. Welcome to the space. Please go ahead. Very good day. I thank you for the presentation and introduction this morning. This is a space that we are going to work with the social dialogue team from the deputy direction of the Geographic Agustin de Codazzi section subdirection, which has led all of the processes related to conversations and building of these conversations with Colombians, indigenous peoples. I'm going to introduce each of the people that are accompanying us today. And we will be having a panel, an extended panel, if we can talk like that, trying to explain exactly what is the historical background of these different initiatives, the achievements that we've been able to have in the last few years, the challenges that we've been facing, and especially how we are going to build intercultural policies thinking about sustainability and the environment, not from an idea that ethnic peoples are the guardians of nature, which is a repeated topic with in one way or another, despite having a special relationship and deep knowledge of the territories. The responsibility of conservation is not exclusive to indigenous peoples alone. However, precisely, we are going through a joint effort. We are working together, contributing from different perspectives in order to overcome the different vicissitudes and difficulties that the current world is bringing us, especially related to the cadastre. First of all, we have Velasquez. Javier Velasquez is part of the Black and Afro communities in Colombia. He's a representative in the national previous consultation spaces for Black communities. And he also leads dialogue spaces at a national level, especially in the Pacific Coast and the Atlantic Coast for Afro communities. With us, we also have Cardona, sorry, Daniela Cardona, whom is part of the indigenous team. She's also an advisor related to indigenous organizations, strengthening capacities of the indigenous peoples in order to exercise their role as cadastre operators. Up next, we have Maria Rubiela Aguirre, whom is from Mosquera, Nariño in the Pacific region of Colombia, and she's the person that actually coordinates and leads the Afro and Black communities of Colombia with the Agustin Codazzi Geographical Institute. And finally, our colleague Silvia Juliana Tello, whom has broad experience in the national indigenous territorial commissions and territorial issues, and she's the person that leads the indigenous affairs for the participation team in social dialogue of the deputy direction of the institute. I think that we can begin the conversation with these panelists. We hope at the end of the session you can also ask questions or maybe make comments as well. And I think that we can continue with the presentation that we prepared. Please put it up on the screen. I think the introduction was quite extensive. So in principle, we can talk about why a social dialogue and participation team in an entity such as the Geographic Agustin Codazzi Institute. Specifically, well, we cater to specific needs that citizens have and certain complaints and certain legitimate fights that these peoples have had in order to be represented within institutions. And especially, there has been an opening up of trying to change that idea of the cadastre, changing cadastre intentions. The intention is to generate a new form of cadastre that is more participatory, that is more inclusive. And in that same line, we've tried to get the people that belong to the communities and an interdisciplinary to actually assume that role and that commitment and can actually confront those challenges of implemented differentiation focuses in terms of cadastre. Not only thinking about each community or each people's requires special attention, but also social realities of a country like Colombia is especially complex and requires intersector-based perspectives that considers different categories of identities as like gender or differences in ethnicities, and also can highlight its contributions that each of these people and each of these communities can actually perform within their public role. The Institute has a technical nature. This is an institute that normally is dedicating to collecting information and has been a bit distanced traditionally from these social factors and from accompanying these knowledges with the communities. Precisely what we've tried to do recently is to get the institute closer, and the cadastre more specifically, which is our main policy, get it closer to these communities. And this team is here to be the bridge, the link between institutionality and bureaucracy, many times lots of red tape, and the realities, the diverse and complex realities that the different ethnic peoples have in this country. Obviously, you may have had knowledge related to 6-7 million hectares that have been recognized as community lands that belong to Afro communities throughout the country. We have 33 million or 34 million hectares of indigenous reserve lands that have titles, and we also have 115 indigenous peoples, 68 languages that are spoken in this country, including 65 indigenous languages, and the Palenquero Criollo language and the Creole from San Andres and Providence and Gypsy language as well. So we have come up with a team to face these challenges, to build that bridge and work with the different communities together. So continuing up next, As I mentioned earlier, we have a new cadastre, and this new cadastre specifically arose after that final peace agreement. The peace agreement, together with the FARC guerrilla, in point one, talks about the need to create a rural comprehensive reform in the country, as was known, which is one of the major focuses of the history of this country, has been the land dispute, the land distribution rights. And that argument cannot be focused upon if we don't have territorial or land information, especially if we don't have a proper cadastre that can actually offer a true and comprehensive image of the complexities of our national territory. Today, despite we've had different efforts and despite having modified the paradigm of cadastres, we have an advancement of close to 28 to 29% of our national territory where we've collected cadastre type information. And in 70% that is remaining, we are working on advancing on this cadastre. As I mentioned, almost 40% of our territory has the titles that are for ethnic populations, and it is fundamental for us to generate and have participatory strategies that will allow us to collect that information related to that cadastre information. In the slide that you see on the screen, we have the points which we are trying to include within this new cadastre paradigm. As we've spoke about with the communities, traditional catasters were normally destined to defining exactly what were the values that needed to be paid as a tax obligation after when you have a certain land that is titled to you. The idea that came about after the peace agreement is to build a cadastre that goes even further than that, that actually describes the reality about the land uses that are given to this territory, that will facilitate public access to information. This access to information also will facilitate decision makers not only at a state entity level and a central government level or at territorial government levels, but also in terms of ethnic authorities from indigenous peoples authorities that have legitimacy and recognition within their territories that they occupy. Another point is that it incorporates different systems. It also highlights different interoperability proposals, that the data that is collected from a different territory can be cross-referenced with other territories, and that they're incorporated so that we can have much more consolidated information that is more readily available for people and citizens. It registers legal and economic information of the different properties. In the case of ethnic populations, it transcends, and it also collects different issues related to non-plots issues that transcend these points, these official points, and they allow us to understand how ethnic populations are related to their territories, what exactly are the locations that need special protection according to their usages and customs, what are the sites and properties that are sacred, what do they do in their lands, what are places that have risks in any sense of the word in order for construction purposes or for housing. So it really collects a lot more information. It updates information related to the features of the properties and lands and constructions, and it's incorporated with the real estate registry information as well in general. So now let's talk about the historical background. This has been a challenge, but this is a process which is not finished yet, and we have had certain advances that have been significant. Well, first of all, there's a mandate from the 1991 political constitution to recognize diversity. Well, in terms of our constitution, we speak about a pluri-ethnic and multicultural country. However, we have tried to also install an idea of interculturalness where not simply do we recognize that we have diverse groups, but these groups are also in constant relationing, and they actually co-build this idea of a nation constantly. Sometimes these relationships between the peoples happen in conflicts, other times they happen in constructive terms, and the purpose of the intervention that we can actually do from the cadastre side of things or from the Agustin Geographic Center, that these contributions from all of these communities should be considered. They need to be valued, and they should be put on the table that we can actually use and recognize and provide broad recognitions with purposes. Apart from the Constitution, As was mentioned, we have the final peace agreement that was signed between the guerrillas that asks us to create a rural comprehensive chapter that includes an ethnic chapter that the people that live in the territories are the main characters here. And it calls our attention and it calls the state not only to focus on an exercise of power and of collecting information from the central government, from the high plainlands, but also working precisely from all the different people that are actually located locally throughout the country and scattered all over it. We also have Covenant 169 from the IoT, which recognizes fundamental rights for indigenous peoples. And apart from that, the IoT invites us in Covenant 169 to consult indigenous populations. But apart from that, also co-build the tools, instruments, dispositions that are going to affect indigenous peoples or that are going to involve them as well. And this point is very important and fundamental because focusing efforts that have been done from this team, we also have to highlight that we lead and we actually did the multi-purpose cadastre indigenous consultation purposes with Afro and indigenous communities and black communities that have resulted in these legal frameworks and instruments that now give us guidelines and how we need to work together with them. And plus, it recognizes these peoples as valid operators of cadastre in their own territories. Finally, we have to mention the National Development Plan, which is within Law 2294 that was passed in 2023. There specifically in Article 45, there's guidelines and indications, and it tells the national government and this institute to produce tools in order to collect information at a cadastre level, together with the different peoples, with local initiatives as well, together in an intercultural and participatory way, led by this Geographic Institute. So now focusing on Article 45 and taking advantage of the fact that we have the people from the team here. My intention is not to be the only one speaking. Now I'm going to allow our colleague Sylvia to take over and we can have the participation of Maria Roviela as well in order to talk about the indications that the National Development Plan tells us in Article 45 and how we have been advancing and working with complying with this Article 45. Hello, hello, very good day today. I think it's very important to echo the idea of how horizontal dialogue with ethnic peoples and nations is, and this also translates into the three structural premises in Article 45 of the National Development Plan. Just to give you a historical background, we had already began the consultation, or the Institute started the consultation processes with indigenous peoples since 2020 with the consultation of a roadmap in the permanent table, which is the national table for dialoguing with indigenous peoples. But Article 45 is structured as a milestone in terms of development of cadastre operators that are ethnic in their own formalized territories, of working together and linking how the institute has to be linked with other enabled actors, and the need to be able to have administrative capacities, and in terms of red tape that has occurred in terms of cadastres at a multi-purpose level. This also guides our path in order to create commitments and technical agreements with the different indigenous organizations. And my colleague Rube will tell us everything related to consultation together with Afro communities as well. That's the structural idea. So three different pillars, three premises. Cadastre operators that are ethnic in formalized territories, make these procedures and management of cadastre more adequate, that talk about the financial, physical, and legal characterizations of these lands. But Juan mentioned this as well, like identifying information at a geographic level, which is highly relevant for the different organizations at an ethnic level. And apart from that, a constant dialogue and working together in the link that has to be established between the IGAC and other actors that are enabled to hear. I don't think we have a presentation. I don't know. But if you want, we can continue because it's important how this idea it translates into the dynamic of cadastre management within formalized territories, where it's fundamental to highlight the role that has been played by the cadastre management areas and the subdirection of projects in the institute. and what the application of the intercultural focus implies for cadastral operations in other territories where we have the convergence between indigenous peoples territories, Afro and Palenquera communities and the farmer communities as well. Because this is something that we always highlight when we speak, which we have dialogue spaces called interlocuciones in Spanish that are realized with the different actors in the municipalities when we try to update the cadasters. And this cannot be an element of just nominating people nor just a discourse. It precisely has to deal with and try to come up with technical partnerships with the different actors in the territories that have um, interest in the municipalities. I think this is fundamental. It's important for us to put this on the table about what this materialization of the intercultural nature means. And also, it means that horizontal consultation with indigenous peoples and with Afro communities. This is an exercise of recognizing knowledge and wisdom and technical strengthening of these organizations that will be operators at a cadastre level in these communities. I'm not sure if you wanted to add something in terms of consultation processes. Good day to everybody. I think that in this point specifically, connecting to what was mentioned with Juan and what was mentioned by Sylvie, previous consultation processes are constituted or is an actual fundamental right for these communities, and strengthening this in order to comply and advance with the implementation of public policies related to multipurpose cadastres was very important. In the case of Afro communities, there was an exercise. I think all ethnic peoples that have been demanding these things after the signing of the peace agreement, and which really wasn't done with other development plans in the past. And in this development plan, we were able to conclude this by generating roadmaps that will incorporate the needs and the peculiarities of every territory represented by the different stakeholders, like in the national consultation space, the permanent consultation table for indigenous peoples. And this also allowed us to create methodologies and think about a different type of cadastre, recognizing people that inhabit the territory, that live there, and what this means for these people's communities. This also allowed us to recognize authorities from the knowledge perspective, from their own indigenous and territorial knowledges, and connecting this with a technical perspective and with technical knowledge and expertise that the IGAC has as the maximum cadastre authority. However, that for the ethnic territories, formalized and non-formalized territories that are inhabited by ancestral peoples, was not possible to have cadastres or training related to cadastre in the territories. And this is an important milestone in the history of our territories, recognizing these territories for these ethnic communities. We also have to include intercultural focuses as well, which has many different discussions. But basically, the inclusion of this word, which can also be read as a principle within consultation of Article 45, this leads us to recognize not simply communities at an ethnic level that are present in the territory, but it forces us to see other actors and stakeholders in the territory in Colombia, like the case of the farmers or campesinos, whom we have to also speak with for different cadastre type exercises. I'm not sure if we continue, Juan or Sylvie. Well, here we wanted to speak about the historical background of the consultation processes as was manifested by Ruby. In this space, consultation with international spaces, with ethnic communities, was an agreement based on a roadmap, which are basically the steps that need to be taken in order to make adjustments, public policies for multipurpose cadastre in this case, in the permanent consultation table. What you can actually observe here in this slide basically is how these different steps were taken, these consultation steps of different technical agreements with indigenous organizations at a national level, which for the 2023 period occurred actually after the consultation of Article 45 that I mentioned earlier, in the agreement based on a legal framework or instrument that in this case became Decree 4062 that was passed in April of this year, an operational instrument that applies for managing cadastre within indigenous or formalized reserve lands, which is one of the projects that hopes to be implemented throughout this period of government and until we finish our national development plan. And apart from that, the structure of the application model and their data dictionary. And here we have the consultation process with the different indigenous peoples or nations. Once we agree upon this with the technical teams, this goes to the public policy decision making instance that is incorporated by different indigenous organizations at a national level and the heads of the sectors that are part of this consultation. In this case, our Statistics Department, Agriculture, Department of Interior, the National Planning Department, and the Department of Culture. In order to touch upon this, the legal framework that we worked on was transferred, or we agreed upon this around September 2023. The instrument was issued because it has an institutional backing in order to validate this legal advisors. The instrument per se has to be signed by the president after it was issued on April 22nd of this year. We've already manifested this, but since the structural elements, and I think that we can complement this later on, but these are associated with cadastral operators that are indigenous in their own formalized reserve lands. The obligation of post-consultation processes of strengthening these people as as operators. There's another fundamental issue for indigenous peoples, which is access to information for the cadastral public services. This was explicitly laid out and established in the legal framework. The binding nature of the instrument, because as I mentioned, after Article 45, there's a link between IGAC and other actors that are enabled, which seeks what this article seeks to do is that the operational instrument, which means these different adjustments or these modifications at a technical level in the cadastral management process that was agreed upon with the peoples has to be applied by the institute, but it has to be applied by other different cadastral actors that want to intervene in the territory if it's a formalized ethnic territory. And lastly, there's a fundamental issue here. As I told you earlier, we have the identification of geographic information of people's territory, which is fundamental for the different indigenous organizations. And in that sense, the question was always, how do we guarantee the safeguarding of this information? And the answer within the framework of the consultation process, but also in the National Development Plan, is the strengthening of information systems at a geographic level of these different peoples, because that's where we deposit that information, which is of special interest and is being safeguarded by the different organizations. We wanted to ratify two ideas here. The nature of the multi-purpose cadastre was not modified in terms of the identification of that snapshot, that the property snapshot, but it is adjusted in order to include the ethnic approach according to what we agreed upon with the different peoples. And this is due to the purpose or objective, apart from being information to establish multi-sector based policies for the different organizations. It was fundamental that this was information to help them have their own legal frameworks to safeguard their information, and for those elements that we have already identified in complying with what was established in the constitutional status or state. That was how we actually catered to the indigenous movements in that consultation process. I think it's also important to mention that experience related to consultations that were actually done with the different indigenous organizations for this case, and had to also be done with the delegates of the Afro communities and the black communities throughout Latin America. And that cadastre evidently, when it collects information at territorial level, it makes present the different hopes in terms of the titles and deeds that these people want in these peoples, and also the different conflicts that are lived and are occurring in different parts of the country. So this prerogative of having cadastral operators in the ethnic populations themselves that came from Article 45, laid out in Article 45, this was in large measure what actually forced us to have this conversation, because the enable him to be a cadastral operator was actually allowed from formalized or people that have deeds or that have titles from the National Land Agency. But we know that these indigenous peoples or Afro communities have a presence much further than those territories, and there was a requirement of being operators, prevalent operators, in territories where there was no deed or title yet. And there was a huge argument or discussion recognizing that it is fundamental to have the equitable participation of all the stakeholders in the territories. And as a public entity and in the exercise of cadastre, we cannot actually put one people above another one. So this was just to highlight the political nature that these conversations have. Here, when we mentioned the scope in this slide here, it was also a point that was important to mention in terms of the consultation processes because there was a perception that with the fact of collecting the cadastral information, we were going to facilitate the different title and deed processes for the different properties. What we insisted upon was that this cadaster and was laid out in these instruments uh, does not remove any rights for properties in any of these territories.
What we can evidence here are additional commitments in terms of the reach or the scope, missional scope of the Institute. I think an element that we need to ratify is the need to adequate the cadastral management in territories is born from the absence of information, cadastral information, facing those buildings, those lands that integrate the formalized territories. A large part of the reserves don't even have cadastral information because of the dynamics, also because of the traditional cadastre. So this is an exercise that implies the identification of this territorial reality, and in addition to this, institutional commitments are of a representation of the indigenous peoples, of strengthening, as we mentioned, of tables with infrastructure, of space data, because aside from being safeguards in territory, the indigenous organizations have bets with other entities, and the safeguarding of their territories are important. And lastly, as we were mentioning, the need not only to adequate procedures, but also to think of an institutional adequation of the entity from the needs and territorial dynamics. What we were telling you about indigenous cadastral operators, this required, the decree was signed on April 22nd. This meant of an articulation exercise that had to happen quickly within the institute because we need to emit two administrative deeds. One to adopt the document that was binding for the institute and for the other managers, and this goes through conversation and socialization with managers. But additionally to this, the Administrative Act, which was a resolution 806 that establishes the requisites of idoneity of the cadastre in indigenous peoples, because the conversation within the institute was one, and traditional operator needs to meet certain requisites, requirements to be able to register a contract, the judicial and legal figure that is pertinent. What are going to be the requisites, the requirements that we're going to be agreeing with the peoples, because this was to be consulted as well, to be able to guarantee sustainability of the operation, but also to guarantee the qualification and strengthening of organizations so that they can be project themselves as cadastral operators. And with that in mind, we established the resolution 806. The other resolution is 807. They are both agreed in a space that's called advisement technical space. And we reached an agreement of which should be from the legal nature of the organization, what these requirements should be. And in that, with that in mind, yes, good morning. To summarize the ideas that we've been presenting, we can see reflected in the work with these organizations, in particular, where you can evidence that we're working in agreements, particular agreements with the CRIC, LONIC, and OPIAC, and there we're missing others that we'll be mentioning. But this slide serves for something that's very concrete, to be able to summarize what we're dialoguing as a team. As a team, we've mentioned that this work arises from the journey and the institutional journey that we've done with the previous consultation, but it reminds us what we mean when we're talking about intersectional, ethnic, and cultural focuses. Keeping in mind that a focus has three premises, three pillars, perspective of analysis, including the participation of the peoples and the focus of opening to dialogue to be able to generate this institutional readiness is what is important when we want to formalize these agreements directly with the indigenous organizations. So what we want to visualize here is that with these organizations in particular, we're leading certain agreements. I'm going to allow Sylvia to tell us how this is working as far as agreements, but it gives us clarity of what's being mentioned and which is how to widen this technical strengthening. It's not only about capturing data, which is which is important. We're seeing that the indigenous peoples are relating themselves with the capture of the data, and they have technical abilities to be able to do so. But we want to remember that the multi-purpose end goal gives us new tools to have a stronger territorial governance. So from these parameter, the organizations, both nationally and strong on a national level, may have direct participation. And here, another emphasis that is also important to mention is that this direct participation transforms the idea of consultation. So the consultation not only includes indigenous peoples as beneficiaries, but they're being consulted uh, with multi-purpose cadastre. It can be a positive or negative effect on them, but besides being beneficiaries, they're direct actors within the policies. So to give this role for indigenous leaders is one of the goals that we have with the Geographic Institute. I agree with everything. I think that there are two ideas, more so than the details, that are fundamental before giving the floor to Ruby. And it's that this idea of the consultation, not as like a formal consultation, but the need to think of a horizontal dialogue with peoples and organizations and the transformation of the structures of entities. And the second idea is related with, yes, we're the participation team for dialogue, and that's why it has been possible thanks to the common work of the different dependencies that are linked to the consultation process. Sometimes it happens like that there's a division between the social aspect and the technical aspect, but this has been an exercise to think of agreements, to think of administrative actions from the dependencies and of those who know the cadastral function, and they have the historical background as to how we can do the modification towards what this moment means for operators to become cadastral operators. A lot of the elements that have been mentioned by my colleagues apply as well to Afro, Palenqueras, and Raizal communities with their own particularities. And I would add to what Sylvie was mentioning, articulation not only within, but also with the other entities that make part of the policy implementation. An exercise that we did in the leadership of IGAC, obviously with the direct participation of Dane as the head of sector, but also of the Agriculture Ministry, the Land Management Office, the Planning Office, and all the parts, the notaries, because within the normative instruments such as milestone of these agreements, we establish several elements that contribute to the formalization but also to the exercise of territorial governance. For the Afro communities, in the same manner we agreed upon in the previous consultation, the normative instrument, which is a proposal of a decree that we're proposing, presenting today, which is a huge learning for as an institution for us, because one would think that it's complex to reach a process of consultation, because when communities are told about consultation, they become scared. But to move towards this is a recognition of the territories themselves and of the communities that inhabit Colombia as a multicultural country. We, in the case of Afro communities, on August 13th of last year, we concluded the consultation, and it has been very complex, very difficult to get this decree issued, this deed issued. Today we have all the ministers' signatures and the directors that need to sign it, and it's already at the desk of the president's office. And we want this to happen because we're running against time to be able to develop a pilot test that constitutes itself in the most important advancement, which is that the communities themselves can be cadastral operators, and this needs to be able to have this tool, this instrument. And while IGAC is going towards this strengthening, we need this decree finalized. The same as with indigenous peoples, we contemplated an operative decree for the cadastral operation. To think about the particularities of the communities was very difficult. In my case, in the role of a black Afro woman that knows the organizational processes and the capabilities of organizations, while thinking the technical exercise for the authority, it was very difficult to think how this instrument proposal was going to be, but also how the operation was going to be developed. And at each step, we met with important challenges that we needed to solve and we needed to check. And this is also a bet on behalf of the Institute in this development plan, and is that we are able to achieve for the communities to do cadastral operations in their own territories, and for this to strengthen them facing the implementation of policies. As far as operators, the premise of Article 45 is that in the case of Afro communities, as organizational figures, the councils and other base organizations may be cadastral operators in their territories, obviously meeting some requisites that we agreed with them that are established in the normative instrument, and that they have the IGAC support to strengthen their capabilities, because we didn't know before this about this subject, and we have a long way to go regarding this exercise. Regarding the ancestral occupation areas of the communities, we implement the intercultural focus, recognizing all of the actors that are present in the territory, but also in this exercise that we're performing and what Silvia was mentioning, in the agreement, in the application of the intercultural focus, we realize as we walk through the territory that there are a lot of Afro communities that are not territorially recognized, because something that we've been asked as black communities of the Caribbean is that they were not recognized as Afro communities, and there are many palenques and territories, and 90% of these territories do not have titles or deeds, because whenever they raise their hands, they would say there are no Afros there. This is part of a historical background, because we need to recognize the Afro communities, because we know what it means in the world to be Afro, and we are facing these challenges this day and age. Um, in this exercise, to give the floor to Javier, who has been joining us in this exercise. IGAC has advanced in strengthening the capabilities of strategic partners, so that while we are doing the management for the signature of this deed or decree, that bureaucracy and blocks, institutional blocks, have been complex. We've also been working with the communities that demand the execution of Article 45, and we want to make sure that we advance with a pilot before there's a new administration coming in. So to close this moment regarding consultation, and more so, we want to tell you that we achieved it, and it's an important milestone for in the country to recognize these communities. We don't know if there's going to be lawsuits later with these deeds in the future, but I think that if we look towards the territories and the communities and how they have been living and the caretaking of the communities, it is more than deserved by them who have the information and to read the information. And there to say that in Afro communities, IGAC assumed the commitment of creating, administering, and taking care of, along with the subcommission, which is the fifth commission of previous consultation of a geographic system of information, so that because for the communities, more than having important information that IGAC has always provided as far as census for land plots, uh, we need to we as Afro communities need a geographic system of information that we're working to achieve it, and we're going to be collecting information that is important to make a reading of the territories, that allows for policy management, that contributes to local governance, and to understand that we're more than a plot of land that has a small cost, but because for us the reading of the territory means a lot to us of what we mean as our community identity. So Javi, please tell us about the strategic partners. Good morning. The last photograph that's there, this precisely is part of the intercultural school in Bete. That's the intercultural school. That's the exercise that, in one way or another, we've been developing with these strategic partners. And what are these strategic partners? These strategic partners are, in that order that they tell us, they say, okay, communities need to be cadastral operators themselves. And to be cadastral operators, the institution need to strengthen technical and technological capabilities of the peoples. And since it's an organization, it can be organizations, as Ruby was mentioning, which are the three ways in which we organize ourselves. Community councils, if we're in the territories, in the rural territories. If we're in cities, then we are base organizations or forms or organizational forms. So in one way, we need to strengthen for us uh, so that they can turn into cadastral operators. So in this moment, we have several strategic partners, and they're divided territorially. The one that I was mentioning regarding the last photograph, we're talking about Cocomasia, which is the farmer community in Astrato, which comprehends 8 municipalities, 4 municipalities in Antioquia, and 4 municipalities in the Chocó department. It's one of the largest community councils that that the Colombian territory has, as far as community councils. I suppose not. So we're going towards the southern Pacific coast, and we're talking about the 6 municipalities that are in the north coast, sort of with the limits of Cauca. We're talking about El Charco. We're talking about Satinga. Some municipalities that are included there. That association uh, comprehends involves a large territory as such. So with them, they did this capacity strengthening, and with then we talk about the Colombian Caribbean. What happens is that unfortunately, Law 70, when they mention territories of Afro communities, they talk about the Pacific Basin, but not wastelands. The wastelands were not specifically in the Colombian Pacific, and that's why we're having the difficulty in collective titling in the interandean valleys, where we also find Afro communities. So, in one way or another, these strategic partners do 3 things. One, strengthening of technical capabilities that are fundamentally under an intercultural school, where we get a group of people that are trained as as property recognizers. This allows to have a team to issue cadastral titles and so forth. But there are also technical capabilities that have to do with certain teams that they have to include under the agreements that we strengthen, and the strengthening of the administrative capabilities as such. This exercise then allows us to strengthen of these strategic partners. I think that this also happens in indigenous peoples and indigenous communities, and I think that's why the reason of why we decide to strengthen these capabilities. We'll see if we can adjust the lighting because we're coming close to our conclusions of this panel with the Afro community components and indigenous peoples. The question is, how do we continue to face this challenge of surveying information, cadastral information of ethnic peoples with their participation? The map that you were mentioning is what we is enabled, which was not enabled before we did the consultation processes, but today it is enabled to be able to get cadastral readings with the participation of the ethnic peoples. They can operate the cadastre themselves directly with the accompaniment of the Agustin Codazzi Institute, or they can see the capacity for the institute to do the reading, keeping in mind their universe and their importances and needs. What's important to highlight here, it's a process that needs to be coordinated, participative, and progressive, not because we were able to get the previous consultations with the go-ahead or decree 462 or the Afro Communities decree. It doesn't mean that we've concluded our tasks precisely when our colleagues were talking about a commitment to strengthen capabilities of said communities is we want to offer them this technical knowledge, these tools, so that they can use in their autonomy exercise the practice of readings and surveys and cadastral operation. Besides that, a strengthening that we can perform, the institute, what it's seeking is to generate some programs or some specific projects to be sort of at the forefront of ethnic peoples, and it gives technical accompaniment, which is constant. All of the areas of the institute are involved in that, and we've been able to coordinate them from the general subdirectory. What's important to keep in mind the voices of the communities, to keep in mind their particularities, the interests that they may have for the use of territory, their ways of knowledge, because we can also learn as a majoritary society, as a society itself, and as public entities. The idea of this process that we began with ethnic communities is to be able to overcome the territorial conflicts. This is a huge challenge because every time that we put the territory on the table, per se, there are interests, there are claims, and there are historical events of loss of land, and what that's part of what we're trying to do in this talk and in this, which is to have the participation of all of the communities. And we want all of this information to serve to work towards the autonomy of the peoples, because a lot of time people that work in government, they've heard the intention of the peoples to be recognized in a horizontal dialogue that we can talk from government to government, as they themselves have said. And this in no way it means that they're ceding their power to the state, but we need to keep in mind that this government needs to put their own people in their own realities, recognizing their richness. So it is important that they can participate in the land use of their territory with advisement from entities in terms of planning and in decision making uh, on a central level, but in the exercise of their own autonomy. Daniela, did you want to say something? Yes, a little bit to take advantage of the space of what AmeriGEO means. This talk that we're providing regarding of how to strengthen this social participation and the community roles has a relationship, of course, with, well, AmeriGEO tries to give us a meeting point with the different technical tools, with more technology, or with another type of tools that also strengthen carbon emissions reduction and other technical aspects, but it has relevance uh, with this process of which we're talking about, that we're breaking down of how we manage to incorporate the communities in terms of public policy, because in this way we were also talking about better tools to be able to involve the public policies with the communities. So we need to keep this in mind. Not only it is about to do a better cadastral and geographic exercise, but it also needs more tools in the technological aspect. But we also need to have better practices in generally in terms of social inclusion or effective uh, participation, which is what we're saying here, which is to give the voice to communities, but also not only rhetorically speaking, but in the operational level of these policies. That's also part of what we want to have as part of the conclusions for this space in particular. Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't know if one of you have, one of our colleagues was something else to say. If you have any questions, we're open. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, because I think that to build this cadastre action with the participation of the ethnic focus and with the voices of the ethnic and indigenous peoples is fundamental for us to come close to the reality, not only to the physical territory of Colombia, but the spiritual one of Colombia. I mean, the spiritual territory, and I say this because I think we have a challenge. It's regarding the peoples that are not localized permanently, because since we are settled, we think that the other people are as well, but there are like other peoples that are like nomad, and that this is part of their condition. We've taken space from these peoples. We've of the Enoy peoples, the Macawan in Arauca, we've displaced them, and binational peoples. I would like to hear how you're thinking, like Agua, peoples in Nariño, and maybe up in the Guajira region, people that do not feel like they're one nationality, but they're like binational of a large family, and that way of looking at their territory is not the same way that we look at the territory, because, and I apologize if I say it like this, we are only see things from our own cosmovision. uh, I don't know how Cadastre has thought about these nomad peoples that don't have a delimited territory, and binational peoples. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think in order to answer your question, fundamentally, we need to mention that we have been tackling this work on the ethnic territories in from a critical manner. We need to understand that reserve of or title were given initially to place the indigenous communities in one space and the other society in another place. So it was like division. And we did not keep in mind the realities of a lot of indigenous peoples that are not located in one territory alone. So yes, as an institute, we have a limited scope and a limited reach in terms of the recognition that can be awarded in the end. But we are invited to do this critical approach and mostly to have as premise the participation of the ethnic peoples and the indigenous peoples according to their own realities. So while we do have some indicators for the titled territories, we have others for the different types of territoriality that some indigenous peoples may have. And keeping that in mind, in the dialogue procedures that are intercultural, what we're seeking is for these ways of existence and culture of the peoples are to be kept in mind by the Institute as cadastral authority and by the different cadastral managers throughout the country and the cadastral operators. Article 45 gives an indication for the institution to institute to have a direct participation with those processes with the indigenous peoples and to provide accompaniment so that these realities are kept in mind and every cadastral operation exercise is suited to the needs of the peoples. Regarding the subjects that you mentioned, particularly these two territorialities are established within the framework of the decree. We consider that, and they are related to the collection of relevant geographic information, which, for this case, as you were mentioning, does have a lot to do with the articulation with the territorial monitoring of territories for some of those peoples that are part of that national organization.
I think we had just one more comment, and with that, we can actually conclude the session. He's unfortunately not using a microphone while he's asking his question. Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think that also what we mentioned about at the beginning of this session, cadaster is, well, in our institute, they always mention it as like the territorial snapshot or a census of property. It's basically a collection of territorial information. And the idea with this multi-purpose cadaster feature is it has to transcend the simple appraisal in a formal registry, but it has to have more specific features about the territory. And finally, this is information that is made available to decision makers. For the case of land use plans, well, this is a tool that is later on used by territorial entities for consultation purposes at a national, regional, and local level. So based on this information, which is way more detailed, which really compiles the usages of the soil, the types of soils, the different risk factors within the territory, the presence of people, the presence of communities, self-recognition, the different sex breakdowns. So based on all of this is information, which is basically like census type information, not part of the National uh, Statistics Institute census, but based on all of this, we can use our land use planning setups. So the land use plan is actually created based on this comprehensive information with detail that the multi-purpose cadastre can provide. So I believe that with this, unfortunately, because the time is up, I think we can wrap up the session. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence and your attention. And we remind everybody that the Agustin Codazzi Geographic Institute's doors are completely open to all of you and to all communities and peoples of this country. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your talk. Up next, we have the rest of the agenda for AmeriGEO 2025 week, day 4. We have the study recognition and evaluating of locations that come from indigenous languages, Afro-descendants languages, and other ethnic communities. The IGAC, the Geographic Agustin Codazzi Institute, promotes this role with projects such as IGAC expeditions that seeks to construct that epidemia with the communities. They not only say the names, but they also highlight ancestral knowledge, communities' cosmovisions, and geographic interpretations and political breakdowns of the environment. To speak about this, we now invite to Angela Coa and Juan Felipe Rivera. Angela Coa is a linguist. She has a master's in Amazon Studies. She's a professor of the Department of Linguistics of the National University of Columbia. She's done research in describing indigenous languages and the subdirection of geography of the Igachi accompanies the linguistics components. The Toponimia Nativa project. Juan Sebastian Rivera is a geographer of the National University. He's the native toponymia member with the Agustin Conesi members. He has worked on analysis and dissemination of geographic names from different indigenous peoples and black communities that speak native languages. He's also helped with the geographical naming of Colombia and people with an intercultural approach and interdisciplinary approach. Welcome, and please go ahead. Very good day. Thank you so much for being here in this space and for listening to us on this talk about toponymy. This is a bit different than what we're used to throughout the week because we're going to discuss native toponymy. In this moment, let's just imagine a map. Think about a map, but not just any map. Let's think about a map full of voices, made with the voices of communities in our country. Many of you, not all of you, know that in Colombia we speak approximately 65 different indigenous languages, two local languages, and the Gypsy language from the Rom peoples. Let's imagine a map with the voices of all of these peoples, of all of these nations. And in this map, each toponymy tells a story. It talks about a memory, a relationship with the spirituality of each peoples. So let's think what would happen if the cartography or the mapping was also a bridge toward that more deep reality and identity of the peoples. Today we want to introduce this marvelous native toponymy project, which is a voyage of further than just geography. It's not only about locating and measuring the territory, but also about listening to and learning from those that live there and those that give names to these locations, why they do this, from their own cosmovisions, from their own cultures, from their own memories. These expeditions, these native toponymy project is not only about geography, it's living stories, which we'll see in the presentation. These are names that teach us. These are maps that connect us with our territory. And they allow us to recognize this name where each name is a voice and each map connects us. And this is a story that connects us with identity and the story of these peoples via their toponymy. How are you? First of all, I wanted to invite everybody to please let's not talk about this panel format. Let's change our mindset here because that's what we do in the territories. We can't just think about this like a panel. So if we can use put up the slides, please. Very well. So native toponymy. I want you to do that exercise with me of thinking about what is the most important place in your life. I think this is a question that we don't ever ask ourselves. We normalize that we inhabit certain areas. We know that there's many important locations, but like a place that really makes things different for us. I know there's people that are from outside of Bogota. I know there's people that are from different countries. Does anybody want to name the most important place in your life? Anybody? A volunteer? Casigua. Where's Casigua? In Venezuela. So keep that in your memory. Keep that feeling with you. But let's all do that same exercise. And the question that has to do with us is where does the name come from? Do you know where the Casigua name comes from in terms of toponymy? Casigua, our colleague said that the word came from a place that was flooded in the past. So it was casi agua, which means almost water in Spanish. Casigua, which was a question that we asked ourselves. That's the first place. Like, this is part of the research that we do. Where does this name come from in terms of toponymy, which is meaning how you name a location? And casigua, which is like a rumor. It is part of the oral traditions of what generation after generation they tell people. And this is the knowledge that we have at a community level. But if we go to the personal level, why is Casigua important for you? Okay, our colleague says that it was part of his youth. That's where he was raised. I think when I do the exercise of thinking about the most important place for my life, it's reflected in those first steps that I took as well. Or at least here in my university, this university is an important place in my life. So I'm able to have those flashbacks, those memories, that history that leads me to the next question. What do you feel when you're in Casigua, in that location? Nostalgia, right? In the same fashion, nostalgia. And this exercise that we just did are the fundamental questions that we ask ourselves with native toponymy. It is the fundamental part within us to try to make sense of the places that we know. Not only were they just named on a map indiscriminately, but behind that, there's a story, and that story is called native toponymy. Thank you so much. A very important question. What is native toponymy? What does it mean for us, and what do I want to leave you with? Well, we know that toponymy is the study of geographic names. That's a bird's eye view, but native toponymy is the name of the geographic locations of these ethnic communities. So we have many peoples, many languages, and obviously it is our duty within these communities, our work within the community to do this. We have been working with, and here we're going to showcase some of the projects that we've been working with currently. The first is a beautiful project with the Kofam peoples in the Villanueva village in the province of Putumayo. We came up with 20 toponymies. It's deep work where there's history, where they tell us about why the names were named that way, why these locations are important. There's something very interesting with the Kofam peoples. It's a people that are losing their language. We know that in communities there are important processes of people losing their language and also added to cultural loss. And this is a process that's very importantly supports them. And considering Law 1881 of 2010, Article 6, that protects the names of locations in indigenous languages. So this is a very important process of strengthening cultures and linguistics, going back and remembering these names and why they're so important. The second was done in San Basilio de Palenque. In Palenque, there's a Creole type language that obviously has words from Spanish mixed with African languages. So we did native toponymy in the Palenco peoples. It's about an hour away from Cartagena. Many people know the city of Cartagena. So at about an hour drive from Cartagena, we have the Palenque people, and we came up with 34 toponymy names there. And we also worked with the Rizal people. In this community, they speak a Creole language as well. The important information of this language is English is plus African languages, and English and African language. So in San Andres, Providence Island, and Santa Catalina, there's a very important process of remembering the names of these places because in 1950s there was a colombianization process and they changed all the names of these locations. So there's a strong identity process that our names cannot be changed. So there obviously this process also supported this recognition of these names that were named previously with these languages. We also work with the Andoki peoples. They were hit hard by the rubber trade, and Also, this process made languages to stop being spoken, and all these cultural processes began to suffer as well. So this is an important element to strengthen the cultural and linguistics process of this community. And this year, we're working in the Santa Marta Sierra Nevada mountain region with four peoples that are part of the Sierra Nevada. The first peoples, the Kogi community. These four indigenous peoples live in the Sierra Mountains, a very important place, a conservation location. With them, we went through many of these locations. We've worked for more or less 38 toponymies with these people. And about a week ago, we were with the Kankawa peoples. We worked on 19 different toponymy points with them as well. And those that come next are the Wiwa and the Arhuaco peoples. So we are in that process of working these processes related to toponymy with them. More or less, that was a very brief overview of what we do. But as you can see on the screen, here in this one slide, we have five different languages, five of those languages that are official or co-official languages in Colombia, five languages that we have never heard and that are important to recognize because they're part of our territory. They're part of what has been built in many different periods of history, and that continue to be stimulated, and that we have to begin to run that effort and do that recognition attempt. I'm not sure if any of you have been in San Basilio de Palenque near Cartagena, but this is Bencol statue, which is in the main square in San Basilio de Palenque. Here there's a great deal of toponymy that many of the members of our team are very familiar with, but I think that there's one that really catches our attention and made a lot of sense, especially when we began to research the name. And it was Crab Key. Crab Key, or K, is a key. Crab Key is in Providence Island and Santa Catalina Islands. And when we were checking the official cartography of the IGAC Institute, Geographic Institute, we just saw an element, a key, just a place with a name. It is part of the Natural National Park of Matilbehum, and that was all the information that the map gave us. When we go to the actual territory, we always try to find out about these important places for the peoples, the locals. They told us Crab Key has to be there. So, oh, how important. So sometimes we're very ignorant in how the territory is appropriated. So she said, let's go see what's in Crab Key. Let's go find out. Could you put the pronunciation video from Crab Key, please? We are in Crab Key. So Crab Key. Let's begin with how do you say Crab Key? So the Colombianization thing that Angela said was very strong. So they forced people to not say Crab Key, but Cayo Cangrejo. And with this project, we tried to give this a different approach. That's why Crab Key is just Crab Key and will always be Crab Key because the people that live there know it as Crab Key. So great. We are in Crab Key. We already know how you say it. We know how it's pronounced. But why is that so important? Crab Key. What is the difference of Crab Key for the Raizal Afro peoples like Johnny Key or Cotton Key or other keys, which are other keys that are part of the Colombian archipelago islands? Could you please put the oral traditions video? And upon request from the communities, we always prefer to showcase information in their own language. So you just heard the story of Crab Key in Creole, but I am going to summarize what Crab Key is. If we only think about geographic descriptions, it's just a key that it's approximately, I don't know, maybe 10 meters away from the coastline. When you get there, we can already be standing up, and the water only goes up to my waist. So it's a place that it's almost like a natural pool, but it's important for them because I think that 90% of Providence inhabitants learned how to swim in Crab Key. And we're speaking about an island where their activities and their dynamics, their traditions are much related with the ocean and with fishing. They're related with diving. And we are in a location where all of them learned how to swim. So this is a vital activity, a very important activity. As you know, the archipelago has had a huge wave of tourism. This key is part of the natural park, so its tourist activity is a controlled activity. So from recognizing its name, its location, its activities, they began to take measures and make decisions in order to preserve the area. And all of this started with the name. It's important based on what we saw and based on the questions that we heard from our participants. It's important to talk about the methodology. How do we work on this? What do we do? How do we achieve? How do we work with these types of videos and things? We're an interdisciplinary team. We work with geography people, anthropology people, linguistics people, and specialists, and each of them provide us these skills to allow us to tell the story of the people from the territories. So from the geographic section, they geographically describe the locations and the spots. From the linguistics, the parts we study, the meanings of the name, the motivations. The motivation is why the name, why is the location called what it is called. We research, we speak with the elders, and we try to analyze the words. We try to do a more linguistic analysis of the words, of what they mean and each of its elements. And from the anthropological nature side of thing, we do work related to doing semi-structured interview, which is more or less like what we just did here, asking these questions here on the spot, asking these knowledge holders these questions about the importance of this location, why this place is important for the community, what this place represents at a cultural level, historical level, what practices at an ancestral level are done in these locations. So this interdisciplinariness is important and it's fundamental to be able to build what we are doing. The purpose of our project is just that, is to showcase the people to the world, this relationship that people have with their territories that are diverse. And the communities are those that decide what those places are. We don't just come in here, hey, let's go and work to ABC site, so many places. No, sometimes we say more or less, let's say 25, and then 43 places pop up because for the people, these are all relevant and important. So many times this has happened and occurred, and not only are the places are decided by the people of the community or the leaders or the knowledge holders, but also the people that tell us those stories. We don't select them like you, no. But rather during the workshops that we do and in the work that we do with communities within these participatory workshops, the people themselves involve others. Here we're going to see many faces of people that have accompanied us. Here we have Mr. McLean, one of the person which is the largest knowledge holders of those locations. He told us about those stories. He has huge memory in his mind. When we were doing the cartography workshop with him, you can't imagine how much he knows. We spoke about a place and immediately he knows it's here, it's there. He has so much knowledge about his territory in his mind, incredible. And he supported us so much in this process. So here we have Leandro in the work that we did with the Andoque peoples as well. And Alejandro, what an incredible knowledge holder, what great work he does. Hector, there's so many people that sometimes I forget their names. Hector also supported us in this process. Mamo Saleh for Chief Saleh, one of the mamos or chiefs with his interpreter or translator, which is supporting us with their indigenous language. And that's a beautiful thing about our project. Not only do we speak about the place, but we actually voyage. We have a tour in the place. We go to the place. We go here. They're doing a payment, a tribute to the land. It's like a retribution, a payment to the land. Like when the community sees a disease, or when there's something, when there's very little crops, when it doesn't rain, they go and pay tribute to their land with certain materials, certain elements, in order to pay the land and to ask for the disease to be stopped, or ask for rain or whatever they need. So it's a voyage, it's a journey, it's going to locations. Because from here, we can talk about the story, we can tell a story. Like, for example, here, the person that supported us or participated told us, it gives me nostalgia. What does this place represent? It gives me nostalgia. What does this place mean for me? And one thing is saying it from here, and one other place is actually going there, being in that exact location and feeling it, smelling it, etc. So here we see the faces of the people there. That's why we stood on the side, not in the center, because we want the main characters to be them. The main characters of these projects are them, the people that participated and were there with us in that project and told us their stories. Another important thing that occurred or happened in the last expedition, and that came up or popped up in my mind many times, is the fact that this payment to the earth that the Kogis did is very reflected in the Kankwam's traditions as well. And if we actually think about how we inhabit the earth, it's like asking permission to the territory and thanking the territory and giving back constantly. I know that you continue to think about those points and those important places in your own lives. It's what have we done in order to give back to those places where we come from, those things that they've given us. That's a bit of the reflection that I want to leave you with. So many IGAC expeditions, and that we begin to live the territory differently, our own territories from the local levels. All of this that we've explained is available, and you can see it in the IGAC expeditions platform. We have 5 of those expeditions currently available. There are other 2 that will soon be published, and that's where you will be able to navigate via geographic visor and a list, and you can navigate those sacred places, traditional places, and community spaces from these communities that we just mentioned. The geographic visor is shown on the screen, and this is the San Andres deployment. Can you please put the video, please? So we have 2 lists, or we have a list on the left side that leads us to the map, and there we can hear how you pronounce each point. Well, he says he was in Cotton Key, and that exploration can be done via the different zones, and it's going to locate you on the map. And we can also hear oral traditions as well, and the story behind each of these locations. Perhaps the amount of numbers that we manage is not so huge. However, in each of these locations, we give a lot of importance to. We give it huge oral tradition importance, written traditions. We document everything in Spanish if possible, and in their own language if possible, to be able to disseminate this information so they feel represented with what appears in the platform as well, and that it's not simply what Angela says, that this point, this point, this point, this point, with this knowledge holder, this knowledge, because that's not the idea. In this case, it's in Spanish and in Creole, and you can query it at any moment. The first of this was COFAM. Then we went to San Basilio de Polenco, then San Andres, Providence Islands, and Santa Catarina. Then with the Andoque peoples, we're working on the Igak Kogi expedition and the Kanhuam expedition. If we continue to scroll the information of each point, we get the linguistic breakdown, the origin and the motivation, which is which are the elements that compose each of the words that allow us to give this a more meaning of why that name was actually given to that location. And part of the motivation comes next, as our colleague said, like casi agua, almost water. They told me. I just think, and it ended up being a place Casigua, and it turned into almost water Casiagua, which turned into a name for that location in that territory. So we invite you all to scan this QR code on your cell phones and explore these sites and learn more about these expeditions. In the meantime, while you scan, I think the first few days of AmeriGEO, we always emphasize the questions, oh, how are we applying all this information that we've been disseminating at this conference in this space? And that's when we initially wanted to recognize and provide a better usage to all of these geographic names. But each community was started to adapt these tools to their own needs. So in San Basilio de Palenque, perhaps you have heard about the Palenque sweets or the Palenquera women that sell those sweets, which are very deep rooted to their traditions that are musical and arts. But the Palenquero people have other things which are super valuable, such as science, dance, certain wisdom holders, the people that comb your hairs, the women that beautify you. So what did they got become? A tourism tool. They use this as a tool where they can identify those sacred places that allowed us to disseminate the location. Not everything that we commented upon the field were the ones that are under exposition or being exposed, but it had a purpose, and that a purpose was actually found. They found it little by little. And what happened with San Andres? As you know, San Andres tourism is actually impact San Andres Island quite a lot. So once they started to do this exercise of recognizing their sacred locations, their traditional places, and their community spaces, the opposite happened. They started to come up with strategies to preserve the spot. He said, let's better manage tourism here because in a few years this may be destroyed or we may change their environmental conditions in the spot. Or two, maybe the name can actually change. And when the name changes, we have lost, as Angela says, we've lost an entire world. We've lost the vision of their world when each people's unfortunately begins to weaken in their language.
And with the Canquamo, we also had a very interesting exercise, and it's that we went to do it, this exercise, in places that had to do with hydric sources, water sources. So we were joined by a very wide group of people of the Canquamo peoples, and they started having like reflections about how we have to be there because it is a sacred place and a traditional place. They have so much respect for this place that they don't frequent it so much. So every time they go, it's been transformed. Something has happened. So what happened is that the alarms raised, and there we started to have different strategies of recognition by the use of their own geographic names. And lastly, with the Kofan peoples, we managed to get this little brochure, a native toponymy of the Kofan peoples. This is already at the school, in the community in Villanueva, and it's a very important tool, educationally speaking. It's not only to understand and recognize from both sides, from here and from there, their territories and their stories, but it's also an important tool as an education tool. Something that has happened in several of the expeditions that we've had, mostly in Palenque, where the workshop was with the young youths from school. We had youths, we had elders, the knowers, and the youth would recognize and locate some of these places. They knew they existed, but when they started to inquire about the history of these places or why they were important or why they had specific names, the youth, the youngsters didn't know, didn't have a clue. They didn't know the relevance or the importance of these places. And the elders started telling the youth about these places, and the youth were very curious. Oh, look, we didn't know about this. This is very interesting. So this can also become a very interesting tool used in school. For example, the teachers themselves have been telling me about how the youth can locate and understand the importance of places. So the applications can be various. So the communities can see the application of these projects that we're applying. We had some ideas, for conservation, X or Y, but they are appropriating, they're taking over this project, and they're seeing it far and beyond, and how it can be useful for their own communities. And lastly, coming back to the exercise that we did initially and the question that I asked, then it's something that I want you to take away: is how do we preserve this place that is so important to us? Here we see the rest of our team. Professional in language and culture, Simon Gonzalez, anthropologist Daniela Velasco, and we also have Giovanni Morales behind the scenes. And this is the native toponymy team that we hope and we expect to continue to feed and nourish this knowledge on topographic names. So, any questions that you may have, anything you may want to ask us, it's also important to listen to you all. It's tongue or language? It's tongue. Language, when we say language, we talk about the capacity that we as human beings have to learn a tongue. Tongue is the code that allows us to communicate. Tongue is French, Arhuaco, Tapuyo. These are all tongues, and dialects are varieties of tongues. So a dialect in Colombia, for example, is costeño, the accent from Bogota, right? Dialect from Bogota, and Venezuela, for example, there are the Spanish. There is several dialects in Costa Rica. There is a variety of dialects. They're within the same tongue, but there are varieties that depend of the place where people belong to. So there's a scale. Language. All human beings, we have the capability, the capacity of what? It's a faculty of a human being faculty of acquiring a tongue. What tongue? English, French, any context, Spanish. All of the tongues of the world have the same level per se. Linguistically speaking, they all have the same level. They're all codes that allow us to communicate ourselves. What are the differences? The sounds, the way in which we structure phrases, words, etc. So all tongues are exactly the same in the world per se, in that sense. And dialects are the varieties that raise from that depend from geography. For example, Spanish from Spain and Spanish from the Americas, uh, or those who are in the Andean zone and in the coastal zone. There are elements in geography that influence tongues and make the varieties as far as dialects go. Thank you. A critical observation that I would like to do with love. I don't think it's appropriate to talk about the Spanish tongue, but Castilian. In Spain, you have four tongues: Catalan, Bosquera, Gallego, and Castilian. Now, for the English, it's English speaking is Spanish, but it's Castilian, right? Just wanted to make that small observation. This is a question that I have, and you probably know this better than I do. The problem with the native tongues in America, the Aboriginous tongues, is that, of course, the majority of the tongues are not written tongues. So we use the Latin graph to approximate sounds. The question is, are you doing a bank of sounds of these native tongues, even their dialect varieties, as you were mentioning? if this, what you're doing in with Codazzi Institute, are you working it with the Caro and Cuervo Institute? Because as you know, we've lost a lot of native tongues, and it's likely that there are tongues that no one speaks. But above all, it is very important to have a sound bank, because these recordings may, in the future, with artificial intelligence, may be put into a close Latin graphy that will still mislead us a little bit, but this is inevitable. But I imagine that it will do several varieties of what they would pronounce an A, like in communities in the Amazon or in regions of the Orinoco. The question is exactly, are you doing this? And if it's not being done, I think this is a strategic multicultural task that is of utmost importance. Regarding Spanish and Castilian, we can talk about it in the during coffee. Regarding the documentation, what you're saying is called linguistic documentation, and we not only documented the words but everything, lexico, semantics of the body of animals, of fish, and we've done, and the Caro and Cuervo Institute has done very interesting processes of linguistic documentation. For this project, we're not. It's like overflows, okay? But as we were mentioning, those stories are recorded in tongue, and they can serve for the linguistic documentation processes and for cultural aspect recording. For a database, this could work for a latter database, because the information is getting lost. The elders are passing away. Two of the people who supported these processes have passed away since. And when we lose an elder, we lose an entire library of their knowledge of culture. But yes, we are contributing to linguistic documentation, but also to the documentation of the stories that we're losing, that are disappearing. So yes, it would be very interesting to do alliances with other entities for them who are doing this specific processes with languages and tongues in the country. Then we could all contribute. But from IGAC and from this platform that we're talking, it's a little bit out of our reach. Yes, overflows the process. If there are no more other questions, we thank you all for your attention today, and we invite you to please check IGAC Expeditions. Thank you very much. Uh, we would like to leave some of the brochures for whoever's interested, so please come up and grab a brochure. Thank you. Thank you so very much for this such an interesting intervention and panel. We invite all of you for a short coffee break, and we'll be back in the auditorium. Good day, everybody. We invite those who are outside of the auditorium to please come in and share the space with us and to find your seats. Thank you. We will be starting shortly. Good day to everybody. We will continue with day four agenda for the week of AmeriGEO 2025. My name is Cesar Charris, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. We want to greet everybody who is joining us through the YouTube channels for IDEAM and IGAC. We are pleased that you are paying attention to our agenda that we have prepared for you, and we invite you to share with your friends and colleagues through social media this session. The upcoming block of panels for AmeriGeo 2025 will be by IDEAM, the Institute of Hydrology. We're going to be talking about coverage in Colombia 2018-2024 indicators and strengthening with artificial intelligence. As an introduction for this space, we give Gislian Echeverri Pietro from IDEAM, the director. She will be giving opening remarks. Thank you very much. Good, af- good day, everybody. It's an honor to be on day four of Mary Geo Week, in which we've been discussing different subjects. Yeah, yesterday, for example, we had a day reflecting on interdependence on human health, biodiversity, and sustainability in their territories, and the importance of marine territories for community resilience. I want to remind everybody that's joining us that these days have been being transmitted on streaming. And you can also find it on our YouTube channel for IDEAM and IGAC. For those of you who were not able to attend in person, you can also see it virtually. On the fourth day of AmeriGeo Week, and from now on, we will start a block of led by the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies, where we're going to be presenting you with different relevant results that we've had over the year or over the past years. And for this, we're going to have from now on until 4 p.m. different moments that will be talks, chats, and panels. We hope you can join us for the rest of the day. For those of you who don't know us very well, the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute is a public institute of national order in charge of the monitoring of nature, but beyond that it is in charge of generating and creating knowledge of the state of the environment on the national territory. This implies that we're monitoring permanently the forests, the grounds, the soils, the water, air, the climate, the weather, ecosystems throughout the country. This is a vast task and a beautiful task, and it is for this reason that you've seen us during this last week presenting different subjects that we will be reinforcing today. With that in mind, we also have a mission that's very beautiful and challenging, which is to facilitate decision making to all sectors. And this means that we have taken on an important challenge that implies that the information that we deliver needs to be delivered with rigor. You're going to be seeing on this block the methodologies that we need to follow and the statistic operations and the methods and protocols that we have to meet in order to deliver high rigor information. It also implies that we need to give information in a timely manner during the different seasons of information that we deliver from our forecasts and alerts in the country to different reports that go in different timely deliveries every 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. We always need to be able to deliver this information timely. And today we're going to be seeing how we've managed to see from the coverage maps that we are updated with the delivery of this information, which is very important for different lines of planning in the country. With that in mind, as well, we have a huge bet, which is accessibility to information, to facilitate the decision making means for all our users to be able to access all the information in an easy fashion, and that's why we have a new portal, www.igac.com, and you can consult all the information that is free, that is public, and easy to access. This information is available to all users. The base information, data, brochures, reports, etc., and the different editorial products that we generate. I invite you all to check this out. And with that in mind as well, we are also automizing our processes more and more and generating tools that we've been talking about in this space, which are the geovisors. We invite you to consult these geovisors that we have lines of work regarding this information throughout the day. We will be sharing with you the different lines of work that we have. Now we're gonna be looking at one of our pillars as the IDEAM Institute, which is the generation and creation of environmental information for territorial planning and decision making. We will be starting with the results and advancements of the coverage monitoring of the land in Colombia 2018-2022, a work that combines the knowledge accumulated by our technical teams with AI innovations and computation on the cloud to optimize indicators and methodologies. I'm going to make a parenthesis here. We also have a huge bet on the strengthening of capabilities regarding research, and we've been launching meetings of AI. You can see these through our different social media for all the academia, public, and anybody who wants to join the EDM, who are looking for AI applied to the different products and tools that we develop in the Institute. The map that we'll be presenting to you is not only a technical product, but a strategic tool for land use, risk management, conservation of biodiversity, and environmental commitments in the country. IDEAM, in its role, has consolidated as facilitator of this knowledge connecting science, public policy, and citizen action. I invite you to see this blog as a demonstration of how geospatial information, when it's open, interoperable, and useful, how it becomes an engine into real change. Um, so here we are with this first theme of the morning, uh, Earth coverage map. Thank you. Change in coverage of Earth. Continue connected with the science that transforms data in strategic information. Director, thank you very much for your remarks. We give way now to the presentation of results and advancements of monitoring of Earth coverage, monitoring indicators with AI. We are joined by this space by Nidia Cristina Mayorga, a thematic coordinator of coverage of the Earth, and Juan Manuel Rodriguez, technical leader of the EDM Earth coverage. Nidia is biologist and specialist and has more than 18 years of expertise in coverage. Coordinates the group of soils in EDM and mitigation on greenhouse gases. Juan Manuel Rodriguez, masters in cartography, has experience in monitoring of Earth coverage, territorial planning, and climate change. He leads the component of the project regarding mitigation of greenhouse gases. Welcome, both of you. Okay, thank you all very much. As our director has said it, we're going to do a presentation on the advancements of monitoring of Earth coverage in Colombia for period 2018-2022, but we're also going to be doing a part upcoming of how we've been incorporating AI technologies to be able to improve the way in which we elaborate our map. The first thing I want to tell you is that the monitoring of coverage in our institution is done through a system that we've denominated the SIMCOT system, and it basically articulates processes. So we have a general process of elaboration of our cartography of Earth coverage biannually, of which we have several periods performed, and we articulate this with a process of AI that produces other cartographic products and other information, but that's also going to improve the way in which we are producing our own data. And we articulate it in the same line as the director mentioned, with a way, in an efficient manner, in which we showcase and share our information through geovisors and statistics charts that make users more have better access to information. We're also articulating this with the documentation of the process and with the evaluation that the DANE does in the country to be able to certify us as an official statistics source and operation. Who are the users of the coverage information? The IDEAM is, but this is information that's fundamental for the country. Within the institute itself, these several areas are users. We elaborate the national map of ecosystems with this information, part of the national water studies as well. Maps for susceptibility for floods and the processes of carbon monitoring in new wells use this information. And outside of the institute, since this is official information, this information is used by the research institutes that are registered with the Ministry of the Environment, who elaborate their own indicators of connectivity of biodiversity with this information that we provide. For example, ANLA, which is the National Authority of Environmental Licenses, use it as a referent information for environmental impact studies. And lastly, environmental authorities use these data when they don't have their own information to do environmental management in their territories. Lastly, there are entities that are not part of the environmental entities. Opta uses it to establish the agriculture border in Colombia. So this is widely used information that we provide, as you can see here. But how do we do the national coverage map? The national coverage map, we do it through the interpretation of satellite information, images that we use, but we catalog them according to uh, a, a, a law that was agreed on by many entities of the country, which is a de facto standard to do the classification of the coverages. This list is comes from a European methodology, and we adapted it and adopted it for our own national reality and for our type of landscape. That's how we have five main categories in this list: artificialized territories, agriculture territories, forests and semi-natural areas, humid areas, and water surfaces. Each of these first level of the list is going to be detailed thematically, and we can have up to 55 categories on level 3 of the list. And even in some of these levels, there is even a deeper level, and we can have up to 134 different types of coverages. This is of enormous thematic wealth, our national list, but it also makes the cartography even more difficult. What have we obtained in the country so far in our monitoring system? We have 6 national maps of Earth coverages. since the period 2000 to 2002 until the last one that we launched 15 days ago, which is the national map for 2022. The first three periods are then more of a year because we did not have the enough satellite images that were clean enough in our country that is so cloudy, so overcast. The last three correspond to one period of the year from January 1st of December 31st. And for this reason, we've considered that the year 2018, which is the first one to be elaborated in this way, is a baseline to do the coverage changes and to diminish in this manner uncertainty that may occur in these change analysis. It's very important to mention that the first national maps of coverages were developed by many state entities, all all the ones that you see listed here. And the last three had the collaboration of national parks and natural parks and the Amazonic Research Institute, SINCHI, who provide their area of jurisdiction to the national map. IDEAM leads the information, consolidates the information, and presents the final results. This is our last map for 2022. It was worth showing it. We delivered it about a few days ago. It's already available. You can consult it now. You can download it. This map has evaluation of the thematic information of 91.5, a process that we do with with third parties to see the exactitude of our map, and it was elaborated with the Sinchi and Parks entities as well. Lastly, I'm going to be introducing you to the general statistics, the statistics that represent us on level one of the list under the five categories, how our landscape is described generally speaking. What can we see here? It can still be the category of forests and other natural areas, and over there we include trees, shrubs, the ones that include the majority of the territory. In 2018, it was 71.2% of the territory, and for 2022 is 69.3% of the territory. The second category in extension is the one with agriculture territories that include crops and grass for cattle. And this category in 2022 became 27.5%, and it has been rising on the back of natural coverages of the country. In over the last three last periods of the map, we can see that the artificialized territories and humid territories, wetland territories, which are the swamps, have sustained stability, at least a percentual stability, and they have augmented or diminished in a very little numbers, while water surfaces have presented a bigger fluctuation, and we moved from 2018 from having 1.6% of territory as water as territory surface to 2022 was 1.7. And why? Because we've seen how this category is very sensitive to climate changes. And for example, in the year 2022, we had in Colombia the La Niña phenomenon, and that was easily reflected in our map, easily seen in our map. These are the general statistics to be able to give you a general overview of our country, but to show us the more detailed statistics of other levels and the statistics of the changes, where are the changes, what's happening, then Juan Manuel is going to be sharing those with us. Cristina, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Making an approximation to the second levels of the national list of Earth coverages, within the artificialized territories, we can observe that the most predominant coverages are the artificialized zones, urban contexts. As you can see in the purple line on the left graph, the mining zones, extraction zones, exploitation have had the largest increases between 2018 and 2022, and the green zones, urban and industrial zones, have remained stable with some relative augmentations. Moving on to the agricultural territories on the right, we can see that grass is the most abundant coverage in the country, and it moved from 13.87% in 2018 to a 14.09% in 2022 in growth. Nevertheless, however, the most pronounced graph is in the agricultural, heterogeneous agricultural areas of the country at scale 100. So many of the agricultural areas that are small are not reflected purely in the map, but it is necessary to see mixed mosaic units that come close to our first approximation.
The different agriculture areas that correspond to different permanent crops as transition crops, they also have an increase, but less representative than those previously mentioned coverages. Now let's go on to forests and semi-natural areas. We see that in forest we have a decrease, a clear decrease between 2018 and 2022. In 2018, we had 52%. Now we're already at 50.4%. But we also saw a huge decrease in and grass-based vegetated areas, where we also see a decrease. And open areas with little vegetation, they have a relative consistency. There's a slight decrease in 2020 and more stabilization in 2022. In terms of wetlands and water surfaces, we can actually see here the fluctuations that Cristina mentioned earlier related to climate phenomenon, the Nino and the Niña phenomenon. So in 2021, at the end of 2021 and 2022, it was very influenced by the Niña effect. And that's why we actually see those increases in rainfall in the bodies of water at a continental level that go up to 1.6, when in 2018 they were at 1.46. The coast areas remain relatively stable. If we try to do an approximation at a third level, between 2018 and 2022, we see that 93% of the country was focused primarily on 12 categories at a national level out of the 55 that were mentioned by Christina. The forests, the dense forests, are the most important factors, despite seeing an evidence in a reduction in these. In 2018, the second coverage, most important coverage throughout the country, was natural origin coverage, herb areas, and in 2020 they became number 3, going on to grasslands and lithium grasslands that have been increasing as well. After this, we can see mixed units, mosaics of different natures that involve grasslands, crops, and natural spaces. And we also see fragmented forests as well, or gallery type forests, shrubs, and rivers as some of the major categories in location number 12, or spot number 12 in this classification. Ranking number 12. In the EDM, we designed a monitoring system to monitor changes in the different coverage maps. We designed an indicator, a change indicator with 4 values, with 4 different variables, and certain specific metrics related to change corresponding to 30 metrics total. We saw some of the most important ones. How do you calculate these indicators? It's a double entrance matrix where both maps that are going to be compared are classified in their coverage between natural and anthropic coverage, and we establish whether in period 1 and in period 2 we continue to see natural coverage, then we denominate stable nature. And on the contrary, if it came from an anthropic coverage and it continued to be anthropic in the following year, it's a stable anthropic. There's a transformation, which is the change between natural coverage that turned into anthropic coverage, and the contrary, where natural anthropic coverage that went on to become natural coverage. That's a recovery area. So we did this comparison between the maps in 2018 and 2020 and between the 2020-2022 maps in order to understand how these variations are. The natural and the anthropic, stable anthropic are relatively stable with a decrease uh, and a slight growth in the stable anthropic as well. However, the transformation was actually reduced in more or less 400 thousand hectares at the country level, going on to 1.8 to 1.4% of the country's land in 2022, which means that in 2020 and 2022 we had less transformations of natural coverage hectares than in 2018 to 2020. And recovery, despite it was reduced, we can speak about 0.55% stability from 2018 to 2020 and zero point 0.5 from 2020 to 2022. Here we see some of the major metrics. Within the stable natural metrics, there's an indicator that's called variation between surfaces, water surfaces and wetlands. This also is influenced by natural phenomena, and it's localized mainly. This changes, as you can see in the map, is mostly in the northern Caribbean region of the country, next to the Magdalena River, and in the Mohana areas, considering the Nina effect and the Caragato dike that actually broke and flooded a large part of this area. And later on, not only did it flood natural zones, but also crops and anthropic grasslands. Another indicator within the natural stable is the change of the forests, continuous forests and fragmented forests. These forests, fragmented forests, they already have certain interventions, anthropic, that are not represented in the map as pure units. However, we do see interventions in these forests, and it's important to highlight this. Between 2020 and 2022, we saw a decrease of 31%, fragmentation decreased by 31% of these forests compared to 2018 to 2020. In terms of and stable anthropic indicators, one of the major indicators are metrics that we see represented the most in the country throughout the national territory, mainly in the areas with greatest socioeconomic development, is related to agricultural monoculture, or units that used to be mixed and were a mosaic. Now we're seeing them being represented by only one pure unit, whether grasslands or croplands. However, this had also a reduction in 7% in 2020 to 2022. Within the anthropic stable section, another metric that caught our attention was the change of anthropic coverage to artificial bodies of water that had a growth of 96% between 2020 to 2022. So therefore, many of the different areas that were dedicated to agriculture and livestock work were flooded for reserve water reservoirs, or they grew due to natural phenomena. In terms of the recovery, you have some of the metrics, which is the grasslands coverage recoveries, which is mainly located in the Colombian Orinoquia region. And there's a strong dynamic of slash and burns and recovering of these grasslands as well. And this had an increase of 3%. This was an important indicator at a national level. Another recovery indicator is related to the change of anthropic coverage to bodies of water due to flooding. This occurred mainly, as you saw, in the northern part of the country in the Mohana sector, and then the Magdalena River basin area, and all these agricultural and livestock areas are flooded because of natural phenomena. And this had quite an important growth of 252% in this regard between 2020 and 2022 compared to the previous period. In terms of the transformation indicator, we wanted to show you the four major metrics. One of the major ones, or first ones, is the change of secondary vegetations in terms of agriculture and livestock coverage. This had a reduction of 31%. The secondary vegetation is that vegetation which is succession-based, once that is in a rest period. And in this particular case, as you can see, a large part of this secondary vegetation is being used once again in agriculture and livestock usages. But not only is transformation coming from secondary coverages, but also natural coverages, including wetlands, grasslands, forests, etc., also changed to different types of coverages like agricultural and livestock coverages. In this particular case, we saw a reduction during the 2020-2022 period of 20% reduction in this transformation of these vegetation coverage or natural coverages into agriculture. We had a decrease. Another transformation is the change of natural coverages to grasslands due to the importance that the country has in terms of cattle farming and grassland coverages. We've separated these from normal agricultural or general agriculture. So in this particular case, despite this being an indicator which is quite important at a national level, there was also a reduction of 16% between 2020 to 2022. And lastly, in this transformation, there was also a reduction in the change of natural coverages to burnt areas, mainly forests and grasslands, as we saw earlier, a reduction of 1% alone. So we consider this more or less stable. So that means the country continues to have the same mechanics of slash and burn and recovery of natural coverages. In terms of the indicators, Christina will now tell us exactly where to download all the information. Well, first of all, I wanted to show you the statistics dashboards with the information of the natural coverage map for the Earth. This dashboard is found in the Institute's website. You can actually see the dashboard at this web address, or it's available on mobile devices as well. This dashboard provides the public with the three last periods of the national coverage map for the Earth, and also it provides you the changes of these indicators and metrics that were just told to us by Juan Manuel. The dashboard allows us to break down or disaggregate the information broken down by department, by environmental corporations or authorities, by broken down by municipality. It allows us to download the information of the consultations that we're doing and locate this at a geographical level throughout the country. And this information, in that same line that we've been spoken about, is free information and it's available to be downloaded by the general public in our geo portal at an institutional level. And we've also created a microsite, a story map, where you can actually find information apart from this about coverage as well, but also some links to download different literature and methodologies that we've used. Here I would like to go on to the next part of the talk that deals with how of artificial intelligence we've been able to develop this thanks to a partnership of science and technology that we had together with the Ecopetrol and Natura foundations, Ecopetrol company and Natura companies. So I'll leave you with the next part of our talk. Thank you so much. A big applause for our experts. Now we give a very warm welcome to all the people that are connected via our YouTube and IGAC channels on YouTube, so you can continue to follow us until this afternoon session. Now we go on to the next presentation, and we now welcome Oscar Javier Espejo, Technical Leader for Optimization from the EDM, and Michael Sarasa, Geographic Developer from the EDM, with their presentation, Optimization Using AI and Cloud Computing, the new generation of maps. Oscar is a cadastre engineer. He has a master's in information sciences, and he's a specialist in GIS with monitoring experience for Earth using teledetection, and he has led methods and improvements in forest monitoring and crop monitoring. He incorporates new technologies to optimize map production, the national coverage map. Michael is a cadastre engineer and a specialist in geo and a master's in sciences of information and communication computer scientist with an emphasis on geomatics, an expert in land coverage monitoring with satellite imagery. Welcome, all of you. A big applause for our experts. Very good day to everybody. Since we started developing this project, there's been expectations in terms of incorporating new technologies. The expectation in this process to trying to optimize this Ecopetrol and Natura Foundation EGAC covenant, together with the EM, sorry, was to involve new technologies. And we always had the word artificial intelligence there as an expectation, even using generative AI. So we can speak about including artificial intelligence and cloud computing and drafting maps. And in these first hype related to artificial intelligence, well, we built this image, and today we have something a bit more real. What can we introduce today? What can we present this proposal more focused? And not only that, we're using artificial intelligence and cloud computing and big data, but as Christina mentioned, this development helped us to set the baseline of a proposal or building a coverage map from Colombia, which was way more detailed, way clear. The purpose was more clear, how we include AI and technology to optimize these processes. As you see on the screen, there's a camera which is 800 kilometers high. This is satellite images. You can see the natural colors, the green vegetation, water, and soil. But this observation is very complex to understand. We are trying to use satellite information, which is a bit more complex, and you're seeing infrared satellite imagery. Don't get scared. Red is not to become a scandal. This is vegetation. We prefer to work with this information. It has way more details. It has way more quality, and it's much easier to understand this information when we use these colors. Our experts of our national mapping system is to identify the red zones like forests, and all of the blue zones are mineral coverages. See how complex that the blue zones represent not simply soil or mining extraction zones or urban settings or roads. The color also represents four different things throughout the territory. And this is what we have to map. This is what we do with the national cartography or map. And basically, the task of building the national map has 16 experts working on it, the best interpreters for maps that the country has, and they go one by one and build the polygons that define this cartography database. This database that describes the territory. It has borders completely created by experts in a process that we call computer assisted cartography. So each unit has a number which is associated to this national legend or list that Christina presented, and Juan Manuel talked about the details and the changes that are produced. So this map or this work of art is the national coverage map. This is the Cerrejón sector. We can have a simplification of the Colombian territory with 53 different types that include usage and coverage. But the biggest challenge is to update this map and to do this consistently, periodically. Michael. Well, what is the update about? It's not about reinterpret the map again for the new period, no, but rather to be able to identify those changes that we've seen in both periods being analyzed in the initial and the updating period. And with this, generate these interpretations and only update those areas or zones that specifically saw changes. That's called reinterpretation, and that identification is also done by our interpreters via our visual interpretation that they do with these images to the new mosaic for the new period, and they update these areas to generate this new identification or updating this type of cartography. This process this process is the process that we have been focusing on and beginning to think about how to involve new technologies. And it is very important for us to understand, all of us that are seeing us, those that are listening, and involving artificial intelligence in this process sounds simple, because the initial process to reinterpret means that we need to find out where exactly the change is and designate or assign a name. This change from grasslands to artificial territories, as you were able to witness. However, this takes time. Despite visual interpretation being precise and very important, this takes a lot of time nonetheless. So, what was the proposal, Michael? Basically, we want to, based on algorithmic modeling, generate information or in-house layers associated to these changes, and the interpreter can define whether that change in truth existed based on what the algorithm was trained upon, and supported by this layer can actually update the map itself. What do we seek to accomplish with this? That the reductions in times, that this takes less time, that we have better identification. Many times assessing the entire country requires a lot of time. So using this technique with this information, the idea is to more specifically see those changes that are identified, and that the interpreter will be, at the end of the day, the one that validates and ensures that the change does exist and they can update the map directly. Okay, so very quickly, we are going to present exactly how this process was developed, and we continue in the expectations. This is our national list, 53 types. There's no map that describes the Colombian territory better than this. You can observe not only coverage, like for example grasslands, but different features of the management, administration of those grass associations in different uh, mosaics. This is the description of the usages, and when we speak about map generation at a national level using processes, interpretation processes, there's no better way to do this than with guided interpretations, guided by visual experts. That's why we can have this list of this legend, because the experts create and sit down polygon by polygon and define exactly where every class is actually located. And it's not easy to come up with a semi-automated process. To accomplish this, we try to assess different methods that have existed or exist throughout time that allows to understand in greater detail using semi-automated analysis what is the behavior of each of these different types to be able to identify and characterize each of the different types or classes in the legend. For this, we began with statistics supervised methods, which are the ones that we normally know to be and help us define the behavior, statistically speaking, or in any types of coverage. But today we see way more robust methods that not only allows to understand the methods, but the general behaviors in terms of the relationships with other coverages. Like methods such as deep learning allow us to have a better, more specific relationship. Despite requiring high computational requirements, it does generate better exactitude in terms of map quality. And if you observe, we talk about semi-automation. We're not proposing that this process can be automated 100%, because there is not such a powerful algorithm that can replace human visual observation. We always need to understand that we're not replacing humans, this potentializing the capacities that humans have. And in this particular case, the proposal of the optimization map had a clear technological route. We started to use big data, we started to use cloud computing, we started to use detection of change technology, but we had to stop and truly reflect and determine that it's not so simple to simply just use technologies and bring in external models. And optimization starts with some general processes. We began by incorporating high resolution imagery and building mosaics and high resolution with high resolution images. In this phase, not only do we combine optical data that come from satellite images, but we also generate a great deal of information derived from transformations, different indexes, images from other sensors, radar data, elevation data as well, that allows to enrich this group of images and at the same time make the training of the models way more robust. So that satellite big data had to be enriched because we can't depend exclusively on satellite imagery. The territory is very complex. When an interpreter in Corina approximates the interpretation, that person doesn't simply use colors; they use way more other information. We're not going to achieve the level of analysis that an interpreter has, but we can begin to involve within the drafting and the detection of changes certain secondary information that resides from other variables. And for this, we regionalize Colombia, which is a process which is way more complex than simply talking about the natural regions of Colombia. But we also needed to consider all the biophysical and climate realities, the slopes, etc., that our territory has to be able to identify and segment the country into certain regions that allow us to better feature the typology of coverages that exist in each of the regions. Like, for example, the grasslands in the Orinoco region are different from the grasslands in the northern coast. So that segmentation has allowed us to produce these understandings with greater details. And when we were able to get closer to the identification of coverage, that's when we began to identify the changes, as you can see here. The changes that we mentioned in the previous presentation in the water surfaces are produced not simply by natural phenomena, but also by different managements at a national level. In this case, natural phenomena or the flooding in the case of the Mojana Caragato or coverage of forests is when we can actually build these maps based on this analysis, then we can begin to think about changes. And right now we're just working on the changes. We need to start to think about how we're going to take these changes and include them into the national methodology, which is another challenge. How do we provide that information to be usable? Because our experts, they need to have not simply the best possible information, but also the best technology available in order to accelerate cartographies or maps. And here we had another change. How do we incorporate this with the new technologies, mapping technologies, in terms of the GIS software? And for this process, we basically generated, we used ArcGIS to do a better analysis and more detailed analysis, easier analysis in terms of the interpreters to be able to analyze all this information and to generate the updates in the map. Another step, it's not simply technology without an understanding of the problem. Technology is a tool, it's not the solution, it's simply a tool, and the solution that we focused upon has three components. Initially, regionalizing the country. There's no artificial algorithm alone that can classify a complex territory such as Colombia yet, so we had to understand each region separately to then develop an artificial intelligence algorithm, and this, the AI process, is only here. And then we had to work with identifying the changes. We call these processes air, ocean, and land. Statistical analysis, raster mapping, and identifying changes. And all of this is only possible thanks to an architecture that basically combines cloud computing and stock computing. This allowed us not only to use information, historical information that we currently have, but it also allowed us to use new technologies that are provided that allow us to do much more robust analysis with more powerful machines that allows us to analyze this world of information, understanding not only satellite imagery but also vector-based images that allow us to train these systems and to generate new information with that. Now let's talk about our results. Initially, the complexity of understanding a country is not whether I'm going to use AI or not, but how I am going to use this. How am I going to prepare and work on these processes? In general terms, 70% of the project was not AI based, but preparing ourselves to use that AI. And that's a very important message for the auditor. Preparing the data, preparing the understanding of the problem is way more important than the strategies or the algorithms that we're going to actually use. How do we begin to do this analysis at a statistics level? We proposed that we were going to incorporate lots of information, multiple information sources, and to differentiate the biophysical features and the regional features of the country. For this, basically, we generated approximately 48 different variables within the entire Columbia mosaic, optical data, radar data, transformation data that allows us to highlight the different features from the different coverages to be able to differentiate grasslands from forest land and other coverages as well. This allowed us to generate a grouping of information which was quite expansive and at the same time do the whole historical analysis of the Korean and cover data that came from the past and to be able to have a baseline because AI is not simply just entering data, but also the quality of information. Because the quality of the model depends on the quality of the information, and understanding also comes from that for future data as well. It's very important, as Michael said, the issue of the samples. The sampling is very important. The sampling defines the success of the AI process. And many times we don't think about this. We always think about algorithms, but the value of AI comes from that data quality, which data is gold in our fourth industrial revolution. The quality of data allows us to have AI models that actually solve many questions. That quality of data, that sampling analysis was was thanks to this proposal. This is not an ecosystemic biophysical proposal. This is guided towards solutions and applying AI. Here, basically, we combined a great deal of different variables. We generated close to 27 different regions, macro regions, and 190 regions. This process supports itself by the interpreters, the human interpreters that guide us to be able to fine tune the country's regions to understand the different vegetation and the coverages in the different regions. And with this, to be able to limit the trainings and the sampling as well, and obviously fine tune that and improve the mosaics. Basically, in each region, we have a specific AI algorithm that we use for each region. And this analysis, that statistics, is fundamental. We cannot simply obtain data and classify. It was very important to purge that information and improve the results of this processing. And as you can see here, the quality of information that we had to collect and analyze, we have almost 100,000 samples here. So it's important to highlight statistical analysis that is done with this information because depending on the quality of the purging of the data itself, then the models will be better fit to be incorporated. So with this side, with this part, basically, I would say 90% of the quality of the model depends on this, and at the moment of the classification. At the same time, this analysis not simply allows us to purge the results, but to fine tune some areas that are missing because stability is not a process that is so long, but we do see variations in the territory, and those variations are the ones that we need to identify in order to update the sample and update the models. Now we can speak about AI and making maps. And this was the general application of these previous steps. And now we're going to quickly talk about the methodology. This is a process that Michael will summarize, but up to this point, everybody always thinks that AI begins here. And look at all of the background before this presentation was only preparing just to use the AI to develop these algorithms. Basically, initial process was preparing ourselves with optical data, all the images that are going to be included in that mosaic, the analysis and the sample generation. I think that phase was fundamental and is the one that takes the most time because the quality of this depends on this. And phase three is the process of the model.
In this case, we generate not only the maps, but also a detection for change processes. So for that, we've evaluated and analyzed different methodologies that allow us to enrich and to know which is the best one in terms of data quality to do predictions to generate the information of inputs for the updating of the fact itself. What we can say is that for the development in the cloud, here is what potentialize the information. EDM is currently migrating and starting to determine how we can lead this process within its own infrastructure, obtaining the maps, the generation, the creation of the maps. You're seeing the maps 2024 and 2024 for the first time. You can see how each section, how each region, sub-region is being built. These are processes that take hours. I don't think they would take more than 3 or 4 days, but we've been preparing this for about 17 or 18 months. You can see the national coverage. This is with Sentinel at a resolution of 10 meters, so we can say that we detect changes that allows us to read and see the dynamics of the territory, as Juan Manuel and Cristina were saying. At a 100,000 scale, this product will help to update the map on a national level for the experts to be able to evaluate if these changes are going to go in or are going to be part of the updating of the national map. These changes are not going to be directly integrated into the map because the experts is going to want to have to be the one making the decision to see if the data goes in or not. For the change processes, we not only have in mind the derived changes, but also the vectorization. The interpreters measure a series of rules to see if the polygons meet these rules, and keeping that in mind, we keep in mind the conglomerate and the interpret. The interpreter receives the information as clean as possible to do the map. And to conclude, the experience leads us to summarize the following. The most important process to do AI is not to use AI, but to prepare the problem and to understand it. The question, not how many algorithms, how many trees were in our data, but to understand the modeling. The process that we did from SIMCOT was to understand that the process of national map is not through AI. Only an expert can do this. Only 16 courageous people can do this. What we can do from AI processes is to provide better information to accelerate the process of the cartography. And we also noticed, and this is something that we want to leave you with, the matter that we talk about AI doesn't mean that immediately there's going to be a cost reduction, that there's going to be a time reduction. This generally happens when we oversimplify the problem that AI resolves everything. And we invite you to be very careful when we talk about AI because there's an excess on the term and the use of AI. And sometimes these models that are presented to us are not robust, are not but we do internal and external validation. We have wide values of exactitude, but also values of omission, and we are very honest. Mapping a complex country is not easy, even with the capacities that Ecopetrol gave us, even with the strength of IDEAM. And when we get models of AI, be very careful with the over adjustment. When you see these models that work very well of AI, these are not the convenient models. Over adjustment, what it does is to trick us and tell us that we can solve everything with AI. So be careful. And we think that the possibility of building maps is only a click away, and it's not. What we're proposing is that AI is just one tool that's allowing us to reduce the workloads, but the time to create a map has to be the time it takes to generate the map. A national map requires that these artists have enough time to evaluate the entire country and update and such a complex map. We do, though, have the capacity to build new maps today. Yes, the ones that you saw, the raster ones, they can complement the national map and analyze more focused phenomenons, and that's what we're proposing from EDM. Two methodologies complementing each other. And to close, basically, this entire information of processes that we're doing are being incorporated into the EDM architecture. It's working under the Google Cloud, but we're in the process of migration and incorporation of all of these processes so that directly in EDM and not only in the coverage map, we can support other processes in information generation. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Oscar and Michael, for your presentation. Up next, we're going to welcome Maria Cecilia Cardona Ruiz, professional specialized in IDEAM. She's a forest engineer with a master's in the environment, and she has been in IDEAM for 29 years, and she has coordinated a forest with methodologies and national guides. She has monitored conservation. Currently in the subdirectory of environmental studies, she works with mitigation for earth coverage and greenhouse gas mitigation for climate change and goal of mitigation number 46 of law 2169 of the year 2021. Her presentation is titled Monitoring of Coverages and Strategies for Climate. Maria Cecilia, you're welcome and thank you. Good day, everybody. Uh, I am tasked to present you with an application of the Earth coverage map and the knowledge that the Institute brings forth in the subject of greenhouse gas emissions, where we will see the institutional experience taken to the monitoring of greenhouse gas emission in different coverages to forests. Our experience has been monitoring in forests so far. This experience, we're working with a multidisciplinary team of more than 13 people to apply these methodologies to the monitoring of these emissions. This monitoring is umbrellaed by normative milestones such as the Colombian contribution to Article 6 to the Paris Agreement in Objective 2, which is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and in that same manner, the commitment to reduce 51% of greenhouse gas emissions, a commitment that Colombia made before the Climate Change Commission. In the same manner, it is backed by the national policy of climate change of Colombia that establishes strategies for mitigation of emissions. In the same manner, Law 2169 of 2021 climate change law establishes goals of mitigation so that where it states that the research institutes we need to coordinate the calculation of mitigation of emissions of different coverages other than forests, in this case wetlands, mangroves, amongst others. This exercise also contributes to the system of information of climate change, where we integrate emission information and vulnerability to climate change. In the same manner, it contributes to the accountability of reductions and removal of greenhouse gases. Here we can see to be able to move forward in this initiative that the Institute has been working on in other coverages. It was necessary to establish an interinstitutional and alliance, a joint group, to work on water, wetlands, and herb lands. For that, we did an institutional agreement based on a science and technology agreement where IDEAM provides intersectorial agreements for the monitoring of greenhouse gas emissions in strategic coverages. It is there where we are working from the public sector, represented by the IDEAM, the academia sector with the Javeriana University, the Santo Tomas University, the private sector such as Ecopetrol, Natura Foundation, and the Fundación Nature and Forests. So these institutions were betting on getting to know what the behavior of greenhouse gas emission is in these coverages that are not forest coverage. Here we bring forth a process or a sequential route of the steps that correspond in order to get from delimiting the ecosystem all the way to having quantifiers of mitigation potentials and have results reports on an international and national levels. It is here where we're able to see the little asterisks. We're going to be focusing on that since the beginning of the project. Uh, we currently are where we see the red arrow, estimation of emissions and absorptions. These are the steps that we're working towards this project, and we're going to be focusing on showing you how we've been using the earth coverage maps, with land cover biennial map, which is very important. It's one of the steps that we were missing in order to be able to go in depth into research of these new coverages, given that the map was built in different periods. It was not biennial, and these biennial periods are very important to be able to report internationally on these emissions. Here we see the importance of the availability of these periodic coverage maps that allow us to quantify the changes that occur in the Colombian territory biannually. Here from here on out, we're going to see some advancements related to what I'm mentioning. Nevertheless, however, for us to get to know where we're going to be working the coverages that behave different from forests, we first need to have a homologation process of the standards that we have both on a national level versus international levels to have responses to these, and we need to line up the protocols with the IPCC standards and the national system of reporting, and we can compare with national inventories of greenhouse gases, both internally and externally, and we can guarantee traceability and consistency and clarity in absorptions and emissions. So in this process for the homologation, we need to have available the Korean land cover analysis. We need to have the availability of IPCC categories in which we're going to be working on, and when we already have the introduction of the land cover within the IPCC, then we do a thematic assignment, and this assignment always goes through technical validation of the internal teams, internal groups of the institute, of the environmental office. Uh, the categories here we have grasslands, and on a national gas are introduced as grasslands. We're discriminating them and as grasslands and herblands. The culture of wetlands, as we all know, the National Inventory of Greenhouse Gases reports the wetlands managed. Which are these? The dams and embalments through now. But in this exercise, we're discriminating the wetland coverages into Andean wetlands, lowland wetlands, and continental wetlands. Here on the right, you have the homologated map, IPCC 2022, with the coverage Earth map of 2022, I'm sorry, to the IPCC. So we have forest lands, crops, wetlands, settlements, and other lands. We have the methodological flow for the calculation of greenhouse gas emissions, starting with the homologation that I just mentioned. We identify and limit the areas. We do the calculation of greenhouse gas emissions, not, but initially we need to have the information necessary, which are the important activity data provided by the Strategic Alliance. Here we can show you some activity data and some emissions in wetlands, where we can see that the gains are roughly 4.2%, the loss is at 2.4, and it remains at 23.4%. These losses, 93.4%, I'm sorry. These losses are represented in the losses that occur from crops to grasslands. In emissions, we have that the forest lands provide the largest emissions as they move from forest areas to wetlands. Here we also have advancements of herblands. Be going pretty quick. So we have some gains in herblands of 1.7, loss of 4.4, and a remain of 93.9. Here, these areas are represented by forest lands herblands turned into forest lands, and the absorptions are from other forest lands into herblands. Here, the mitigation potential, which is what we have to reach. We see what are the challenges we have to validate these changes from wetlands to herblands and other coverages that are not induced through dynamic and natural transformations, but through anthropic activities. To include these wetlands and herblands into the accounting of greenhouse gases, we need to require algorithms, we need to have research to generate resources to support the syncope and structure and develop the national system of monitoring of no forest lands. What have been the contributions of monitoring of coverage for climate action? Very important because it integrates data locally and internationally through different sectors different dynamic for coverage. This map opens the door to the inclusion of new categories and improvements, such as incorporating wetlands into the counting for emissions to improve the categories of grasslands, to build the line base of carbon on a level considering mitigation, and the generation of biennial coverages, promote mitigation measures to reduce emissions. And this is our work team. I want to thank the Doctora Gisliani, Dr. Elizabeth Patiño Correa, our coordinator, and the mitigation team that has been supporting this initiative. And the same manner, we also have Diana Ramirez, our technical link with Foundation Natura and Ecopetrol. And I also want to thank the teams of Subdirectorate of Environment Information that have been supporting this institutional initiative. Besides this, I want to thank also Natura, Foundation, and Ecopetrol, because thanks to them, we are performing this exercise. Thank you very much, Maria Cecilia, for your presentation. Up next, we welcome Liz Joana Diaz Cubillos, professional specialized in IDEAM, ground and earth team. She will be presenting cartography, integrates continental and coast cartography for conservation and use of the territory. Liz Joana is a biologist, specialist in environmental planning and management of resource, candidate to Masters of Environment with more than 18 years of experience. Welcome, Liz. A round of applause. Good afternoon to all of you. This is a short talk specifically for you to see another of the uses that this coverage map use may have of Earth within the Institute, and with the help of Sinchi, as my colleagues mentioned, and National Natural Parks. Basically, the ecosystem map for coast, marine, and continental has generated at scales 1, 500,000 and 100,000. In this case, 100,000 is the official instrument for planning and monitoring of the ecosystems. This one is framed in the main function of the EDM, which is to do monitoring of the natural resources while doing the reading and administration of the scientific information of the ecosystems that are part of the nation's heritage. This is important because we didn't usually not know this within the institute. I mean, within the institute, yes, but not for people outside. So it's important to recognize the role of IREM within this base cartography. The group of environmental research generates this cartography, the earth coverage map, and other ecosystem maps, and other with ground degradation, soil degradation. We're umbrellaed under the Law 99 decree with the resolution that generated by the institute, but also national environmental policies. In this case, the PGIPSE Biodiversity Plan 2030, and other frameworks such as the Commitment Montreal for biodiversity, also umbrellas us for other indicators. Yes. Basically, this ecosystem map has been generated under interinstitutional agreements and also under some methodological consensus and conceptual one. This is important to mention because here we're talking about the most complex level of biodiversity. Biodiversity is divided into species in many ranges. But one of the most important in the framework of management is species, genes, and the most more complex ecosystems. So here you see on the left-hand side, I mean right-hand side, the layers that form this map of ecosystems that are basically four for the structural zones that are continental, the climate, coverage of the earth, both generated by EDAM, the layer of geobiology by Agustin Codazzi Institute, the biotopic by von Humboldt Institute and the marine one by IDEMAR. This is a layer that integrates management and information of different institutes of the country. This is based basically on a ecosystemic definition, and basically it's how the ecosystem works and how it is put together. It's not only a biotic factor, but the integration of all of these factors that I just mentioned. Here it's important to say that the Earth coverage map use has allowed us to have this improvement of the quality of the map. While this map has been generated with available information from the country under the under climate and other cartography. IGAC has great cartography regarding climate, landscape, relief, soils, and biotic units. All of this information allows us to do a systematic integration of the identification of ecosystems. But you are probably wondering, how does it contribute besides the methodology, beyond, because this is much larger talk. How does it contribute to monitoring of ecosystems and changes in modification? And basically, since this map has been refining itself, it has had a possibility to detail in better fashion the lines where the coverage is expressed, not only vegetable or green, but the entire territory. So the ecosystem map has a specific point, and it's that it doesn't take the original layer of coverage of the Earth and incorporate it like that, because that would be unsustainable to handle millions of polygons for the management. So what we do is we homolog and unify to fewer categories, fewer classes, not because we want to extract them, but because we're uniting them. We turn them into 46 classes. So here, all of the artificial territories, we put it under one category. This is a lot easier to handle, because I don't know if at one point or another you've seen that there's an ecosystem of a cemetery, another ecosystem of. That's why we all put all of the artificial zones under one category. And that's how we see that these types of coverages are homologed for the systemic identification. I also want to stop here to mention the improvement that INVEMAR has had in the generation or creation information associated to mangroves, and they've been incorporating observation processes of the observation of the Earth for the improvement of this coverage. In the map of coverage of the Earth, or level 4 or level 3, we don't get mangroves only until level 6. But until the new structuring of the ecosystem map, we have to be able to show it explicitly. So according to the agreement that we have with INVEMAR, we take the layer that they put, we structure it for the scale 100,000, and we unify it with the layer coverage map, and we get better detail. Here, the current data for mangroves is well received, and it's the closest one to the Colombian reality. Here, what are the benefits? I've been mentioning them. In the improvement of the quality of the reading and interpretation, we get the improvement of as ecosystemic identification. We must not replace one coverage by one ecosystem, because ecosystems are more complex, but it's a great guide. It has also allowed us to do certain delimitation processes that are very important in very necessary ecosystems to have in detail. For example, the herblands, the savannas, plainlands, rock areas, wetlands, which are going to be mentioned by this afternoon by Nancy Verdugo and Maria Constanza. And it is important to mention that this is a process of transitioning and adaptation of the new technologies that observe Earth, integrated with AI, so that we can generate products for decision making in Colombia. Lastly, I would like to mention that this is a process. We're in a transitional process. If you noticed, Oscar was mentioning all the time, this is a process, this is a process. The time that it's going to take to check this, to homologate this or that standardization processes is what takes the most time in generating cartography. So more so, this is going to be a process of evolution that Colombia is going to have towards migrating how to improve the ecosystem map in better periodicity to have it more frequently, but also how to integrate these methodologies in specific points of the process of creation of the methodology of the map. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Liz, for your presentation. We will welcome now Maria Constanta Rosero, who's going to be sharing advancements of the national study of the water and its fundamental use for hydric and risk management. Good afternoon, everybody. My apologies. I get hurt by technology. Thank you very much for all of you who are still in the auditorium, in the room. My presentation.
Well, basically, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the importance of the coverage map for the National Water Study. The National Water Study is not simply just one product, it's the actual numbers that the country uses in our national development plan every single 4 years. These are numbers that provide what we spoke about today for our land use planning related to water, something that we work on countries like in Europe, like Holland, or that has been implemented many years ago. The importance of water and building surrounding water leads us to try to understand numbers with the best estimates. The National Water Study is not a study which is recent. The study began since the creation of the EDM since 1998, and we've been doing this systemically speaking since 2010 till 2022, every 4 years. The next National Water Study will happen in 2026. We're working currently on updating the National Water Study, but I'm going to tell you about how we use it. I have very little time, but the National Water Study is an interdisciplinary effort, participatory and institutional effort, where we invite over 32 authors from and 50 different entities. The logic is not related to one author or one person, but we have complex technical discussions. Very well. This study covers several different topics corresponding to how much water is there, where is that water being used, what is the quality of the water. These questions are answered like how is it going to behave in the future is another question that we normally ask ourselves. This allows us to answer using different chapters. The surface, the availability, surface water availability, the current state of our knowledge of underground water as well. We can't speak about accounting of the water because we don't have sufficient knowledge of what's underneath us. What is isotopic uh, geography, the isotopic footprint that water has that allows us to recognize water in different environments, the quality of the water, the usage of the water, the lack of water sometimes when we have so many different events, and all of this put into an analysis that allows us to see water not simply from the perspectives of sediments and the quality of the water, but in a more comprehensive or holistic manner. Information that we use is official information that covers different entities, understanding that each entity, due to its jurisdictions, can provide information with sufficient support. Within this, we have coverage, the coverage map of the Earth. These are our analysis units, hydrogeological water analysis units, and territorial analysis units that allows us to do a deep analysis depending on the type of variables that we are assessing. Let's talk about the concepts behind the National Water Study. This is a systemic approach for the water cycle, as well as studies related to sediments. This uses KPIs and indicators so we can do constant follow-up. Some of the basic information allows us to understand how much water we have, where it's at, how much rainfall is turned into water runways, runoffs, and much of this water is actually evaporated. So that's a bit of our condition in a tropical country. So these are the products in the National Water Study that are generated via the Earth's coverage map. Amongst this, we have potential flooding zones, anthropically intervene. I think Nelsie will give us a broad explanation about this. Another one of the products that we have is related to our sediments model that uses this layer as a baseline, and this allows us to produce three important products like the erosion and hydro map, the sediments map, the relationship between de-icing as well, and finally some other important relevant products we can use is the green water footprint, which is a fundamental bit of information to calculate the water demands at an agricultural farm level. Agricultural and livestock demand contributes, it comes from multi-sector sources, and that allows us to calculate the water usage index during drought conditions and rain conditions. And that's pretty much it. And I kept the appropriate time. Thank you so much, Maria Constanza, for your presentation. Now let's open up a very special space, the external users panel, maps and actions. We will hear directly from those that actually use this tool to transform information into strategic decisions. The experience of users is very important to guarantee that EDM's products correspond to real needs that the country has. To introduce our panelists and talk about the purpose of this dialogue, I invite the director of the EDN, she's Liane Echeverri Prieto from Bayer University with a chemistry degree and has master's in sciences with a PhD in environmental sciences from Bayer University. She has over 16 years of experience in research. She's a university professor and a project manager in the environmental sector. Her history includes interactions between civil society, the academic sector, productive sector, and government institutions, as well as participating in international knowledge networks and leading different science, technology, and innovation and mobilization of citizens events. Director, welcome. A big applause for the director. Thank you very much, Cesar. Once again, greetings to everybody again. We're going to have a conversation now related with our users for the coverage map. As you saw in the previous presentations, we have an updated map with information updated till 2022. And we're already working on updating the 2024 map thanks to the support of a very important partner, which is Ecopetrol, which is here with us today in our panel. Earth's coverage are important information to produce information related to relevant factors for the country, like ecosystems, agricultural borders, as well as relevant instruments to establish environmental policies and to allow decision makers to work in the public, private sectors, and citizens in general. The Earth's coverage map that we presented this morning is one of the insignia products of EDM. It's a meticulous effort that combines satellite observation, technical know-how, specialized knowledge, and innovative technologies, which has allowed us to offer the country a fundamental tool in order to understand and manage our country's ecosystems. But the true value is how it's actually used outside of our walls and how the different sectors actually use it in order to plan, protect, and transform their territories. In this panel, We will be speaking with some of the different stakeholders that actually use the Earth coverage map to understand what their perceptions are and how it works and the perspectives that they may have related to the future of this very important map. So I welcome now Arturo Ore, Orejarena Cuartas from Ecopetrol to please come up to the stage, to the auditorium, to the stage. Jaime Arturo is a professional. He's trained in biology and business administration, and he has a specializations in project management, a master's in earth sciences, oceanography, and a PhD in project management. He's participated in diverse programs that incorporate environmental management and technological development and innovation in public and private sectors. Currently, he works in the Colombian Institute of Oil and Gas for Transition EPET as part of the management team for technological solutions for energies for the transition period. His approach is focused on implementing innovative solutions that promote sustainability at an environmental level and the energy transition. With us, we also have Andrea Leon Parra from Andes University. Welcome, Andrea. Please come up to the stage. Andrea is a biologist. She has a master's in sciences and PhD in environmental studies and rural studies. She has experiences in space analysis and assessing changes in coverages and the use of land in Colombia. Andrea has worked in conservation efforts for biodiversity and territorial management, monitoring ecosystems, including biophysics and socioeconomic levels. She's been an analyst at a space level in the Parques Como Vamos platform and a nature conservation platform. She's currently a private consultant for transformation of landscapes in the Colombia level in the 21st century. She's using the coverage map from Colombia as her main information. And finally, let me call to the stage our Deputy Director, Raymond Jimenez. Welcome, Raymond. He's the Deputy Director of Ecosystems and Environmental Information from the EDM, whom is leading the forest and soils processes amongst those the Earth coverage map. Raymond is an environmental engineer, master's with the city design, a specialist in government and development. He has PhD studies in business administration and experience with 13 years of experience in public entities and the private sector. Let's welcome our panelists. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for accepting this invitation and everybody that is participating in this space. Let's take a few minutes now. This is going to be a very short panel because of the hour, but the purpose is to showcase the importance of this map. Let's begin with Andrea, whom we told you about that has used this map and this information to the that she used it in her PhD thesis paper. Tell us about what is the value of that map, that coverage map, for the work and the research that you've done in the academic sector, and what results were you able to obtain using that information, Andrea? Thank you very much, Giuliani, and thank you very much to the EDM for inviting us to participate in this panel. Well, for me, the Earth coverage map has been a very important tool. It was the main tool that I used for my thesis. I have to clarify here that what I used the most for my PhD thesis were the maps pre 2018. I learned about the map only approximately 10 years ago when we only had the three first maps available. And based on those maps, I used those for my PhD thesis. I saw how the transformation of the map in Colombia occurred. And during the first decade of this century, which was available at the time, and I looked at the physical variables and socioeconomic variables as well using the map. These maps allowed me to identify what were the different change patterns after processing the information from these maps, what trends existed in the change of the landscape in the country, and more or less what these were related to at a socioeconomic level and a biophysical level. So this was a huge effort. I'm in the process of updating the information with the latest three maps as well. But this is an effort to be able to showcase the country and understand what changes and coverages have occurred in the country that I would not have been able to do this on my own. Imagine what this implies to do all of this analysis with satellite imagery and having defined coverage for the entire country for a frequent sequence of years. By myself, it would have been impossible, and I think that this is the case of many other researchers that use these maps. I think the major contribution of this map is to have a reliable source for the entire country that is standardized and that is of easy access, relatively speaking. Wait, now it's much more, but in the past it wasn't so easy to access, but accessible to everyone. Thank you very much, Andrea. It's a bit of how the map has been used, especially in previous versions. And of course, yes, we invite you and we encourage you to continue to use this map, update your methodology with the new information available, certainly aligned with a comparison. And it's very important to have these comparisons, this historical comparisons to understand exactly how different things have evolved and aligned with how has been the administration of the updating of these maps and the challenges that you see. Obviously, we know we're working now with AI systems. Many of the technical and technological updates that this map has had have used this. My subdirector, deputy director, what challenges have we had aligned with managing and administrating and updating the map, and what does an intersector-based administration have to do? Not only is the ADM working on this, but we require other partners to help us. So the deputy director will shed more light on this. Well, we have to say this, and this is a space to express that first we need decisions. That decision has to occur, and this happened at the institute in these last few years because a decision was made by the upper management. The person that was next to me is the general director. She has manifested and has given us the orders to make these advances a reality in different fields. One, having the availability of what is necessary in order to meet the needs for the advances that we've seen in the different presentations, not only at a technology level, but in terms of technical know-how and capacities and financial capacities as well. So during that first decision, we were able to turn this into the subdirection of ecosystems and environments via this process with the accompaniment and the hard work of the different professionals that work here. This has been possible because of a modernization process that we're doing at the ADM Institute that is related to strengthening these technological capacities that allow not only to host but to also process what we're doing. So these analysis in a pre-diagnosis, an internal diagnosis within the institute related to the different capacities that we needed and decisions to be able to cover these things has been the baseline so that we can go outside of DDM and be able to find partners, strategic partners that we need that have helped us and helped contribute to be able to cover these needs with their experience with a joint via a joint effort. And as was said by my colleague in the panel, Andrea, to be able to use this in the best fashion possible and to have the possibility of having it when we need to disseminate this to the leaders that need to make decisions based on this coverage map of Colombia. Yes, that's the case. First, we needed to modernize our institute technologically speaking, and we spoke about this earlier. And then the challenge that laid ahead of us, as I told you at the beginning, is accessibility of information. Well, facilitate information, and that is very important. But Now we already have a map, we have a tool, and now I want to pass the microphone over to Jaime Arturo, which is also a user of this information. And he knows this new tool, how it's used. He sees how it has been updated. He sees the results. Tell us about the context aligned with the results with this map and how you've used these and how this works to plan at a territorial level. Please go ahead, Jaime. Well, very good. Thank you very much, Director, and everybody else. For Ecopetrol and from the ICEPET that has been leading this initiative. This has been one of the most important challenges that we've had. I've heard very interesting things today, like brave. Somebody, Javier Espejo said the word brave. This is a partnership between the IDEAM Natura Foundation and Ecopetrol, which has two very interesting components, which Cecilia Cardona touched upon with the carbon issues, and Cristina Mayorga spoke about something similar, headed by the directors, and Isabel and a colleague here has worked on this. And this partnership has many results that are very interesting and very important for us. This map is very important. This is the baseline of this is work done by 40 people. Let me take Javier Spajo's work. He says 40 brave people are working in this partnership, plus the work that we are doing ourselves. And Ecopetrol has been actually being like an evangelist for this map. At this moment, this is not a tool. It's not a simply a cartography layer. It's a tool that allows, as Raymond says, allows us to make decisions. This has allowed us to use this in decarbonization process and during the energy transition period as well, which is the area that I lead. Today we're assessing real-based solutions using these tools that we have here. We're making decisions in projects and strategic ecosystems throughout the country, from the Caribbean to Orinoco region and the entire Colombian territory. And the map has allowed us to have that initial baseline, which is very powerful to make decisions and what we are actually doing and where this covenant or agreement was born, which is a project that's just called Natural Sumideros. And this has allowed to we've flown from the mangroves to the cloud forest to the wetlands. We have been in the grasslands, and thanks to these tools, and thanks to these partnerships today we have a great result that has allowed us to make real life decisions, the solutions. This update was very important for the country, and officially we've used Covenant. This has been a partnership, an effort with partners such as Ecopetrol and Natura. And as I told you earlier, speaking about what's coming next, how this has been configured, this is not something this is a continuous effort that we have to work on. This is an effort that has to continue to be updated. The goal is to update this every 2 years and provide it to the country. So I'm going to allow Arturo to tell us about that perspective, that future perspective, what exactly, how we're advancing, because this is in the works and what's coming for the next maps and the next tools that we are going to provide to the country. I think we're already seeing this in this scenario, director. I think we are basing from the diagnosis to decision making to the true assessment of the territory. We've been doing work that started last year in terms of maps with the changes that occurred in 2015 to 2020, 2022. I'm not sure how many years we had that change. It was very important for the territory. And today we're seeing this tool like perhaps as the future that we want to ride with. And this is a tool that allows us to make decisions almost in real time. And something that I saw in the scenario today that I super value is the usage of this map in different scenarios. The map is being translated by the team in this partnership in this alliance into emissions factors in assessing carbon footprints and issues. We're seeing great things in like mangroves and grasslands. Somebody talked about the mangroves earlier. I think that this tool is evolving and it's being less static, which is not static. It's very dynamic. It's not static, but it allows us to use this information in real time to make decisions in real time. How our territory is changing and where we're heading. What are the opportunities in the territory where we can actually restore and reforest and conserve different areas? What happens with our mangroves? What happens with our wetlands? I'm a marine biologist, therefore mangroves are a special part of. They're dear to my heart. So in the short term, to summarize, it's just that we need to have that tool. We need to incorporate it and using it to provide better results, other results that will allow us to make better decisions related to our ecosystems. Thank you very much, Arturo. That's the idea. We've been working on providing timely information to the country. But I wanted to begin with Andrea because the information should be very timely. Apart from that, it has to be sufficient information and complete information. And here we've presented this. There's always opportunities. What we're presenting today is obviously is way better than before, way more detailed, not only aligned to this. Well, let me advertise the EDM here. 15 days ago, we were talking about the territorial land use, climate change plans. We have more and more needs to go to the territories more and more to improve the scale. There's always a great opportunity from that experience of using the map and understanding this well in applications. What do you think that for the next 5 or 6 years is something that we need to include, or what perspectives do we need to work on in these coverage maps for the Earth? I think that the main limitation that I was able to identify, I think this is something that continues to be uh, a problem, is space resolution. Processes that occur in less than 10 hectares. And this is a country where there's high dynamics in terms of family agriculture, small plots of land, and small farmlands. These are not really reflected in the map. They're too small. The resolution needs to be bigger. And these are processes that are super important for our decisions. For the researchers and the research which I manage, like territorial research, and what exactly are the driving forces for decisions that people actually make in the under territories, trying to understand that and what's happening in small plots of land, or it's very important to manage the territory as well for our land use plans and for the people that make decisions within these territories. It's very important to understand how that dynamic works, which is extremely quick, and it happens in these small plots of land. Something that has improved quite a bit is the frequency of publications, which is something that is improving every single day, and it's very cool. But another problem, these types of coverages that are like corn or recognizing grasslands, it's very difficult to differentiate between cattle farming grasslands and different types of wild grasslands. So these are details that we're trying to research. When you're doing research, these details become too big, and it's very difficult to identify the differences. It's a problem identifying the differences. So maybe higher resolutions at a smaller, like lower down. So the scale and the resolution is something that continues to be a challenge for almost all the different products that we produce at the institute level. So we need to continue to work together with that information, and that territorial information sharing from territorial entities is also important. So this is a call to action. Environmental authorities at local level, governance offices, municipalities. We want to work jointly with all of you with the EDM so we can reach those scales. And subdirector, what was the EDM's perspective from the EDM for that coverage map, Earth coverage map? What is the forecast for the next 5 years for this map? Thank you, Director. This is a great question because I always say, and this is becoming a reality in the Institute, that the future is created based on the present. Today, the present at our institution, we're setting a baseline. This baseline, as was mentioned earlier in the previous talks, that will ensure that we have periodicity, or we will guarantee more updates to this map, and that set a milestone. Here we have a milestone that we have to recognize, which is it's the first time that during a period of 3 years or 4 years, we have three different deliverables. We're going to have, because I'm thinking about the future as well, aligned with this question, of three different updates to the map. So we have the 2018 baseline, we have the 2020 map, We just launched, published the 2022 map, and we're already working on. There's quite a bit of an advancement in the 2024 map, so that the country can actually have the availability of a coverage map for an official Earth coverage map for Colombia for 2026, with the 2024 period, with the 2024 information. This plus the different advances in technologies, disruptive technologies like machine learning, AI, as was shown to us by Javier and was mentioned by Christina, which leads this team as well. These are things that we need to strengthen and that we need to use and we need to replicate. Because as was said by Javier during his explanations and when he spoke, this can be useful for other products as well. We can take this as a baseline for the continental ecosystemic and marine ecosystemic maps, as Liz said earlier. And I think that these baselines and what we expect is to strengthen these, and then scenario related to sustainability, continue to give to the country what today we've achieved and we've been able to strengthen today. But as you said, the director, always with a continuous improvement process, continuous improvement goal. This is not really a panel, this is a conversation, so we want to hear from the audience as well. Does anybody from the audience have any questions or comments or concerns for our panelists? We'll open up the microphone to the public if anybody has any comments or questions. Is it too late? Oh, back there I see a hand. If somebody can somebody help me with the microphone?
Well, we're gonna have space for one or two questions, and we'll be concluding, wrapping up the space, and we'll be finishing the morning block. What's your name? Good morning. My name is Oliver Garcia. I work in the Fund for Life and Biodiversity in a program for payment for environmental services. One of the critical points that we've been seeing in the program and in general in several environmental programs is monitoring. And a critical part in monitoring is accessibility to high resolution images. We've seen it here already. We dealt with this subject. My question is, what possibility can we have towards the future? And I think Raymond can probably answer this. Can we include subjects such as like information taken on a local level, how on a local level, how can we incorporate this into the general map of the earth? I'm wondering, not only on an institutional level, like the Ministry of Defense with drones, but with the drones from the farmers themselves or environmental authorities, people from the private sector who are constantly taking the photographs over their territories. How can we join this information and add it to the pool of images that the country has to be able to take these decisions, because it's very important that we stop depending on images that come from elsewhere. I think we need to start to talk about sovereignty for the use and access to these types of resources, right? And information. Thank you, Oliver. I consider that this is a step that would strengthen the creation of the map and the generation of map in terms of validation, a validation that can be taken with the different actors of the citizens, from individuals all the way to entities that can contribute to this validation, is very valuable, not only in this product, in this process, but in any process that happens, and that we have this opportunity to improve. I think this is important. And since you were talking about sovereignty, yes, it is an opportunity to recognize that as a country we can also be directed towards a view, a vision, to have commonly, depending on our needs as a nation, the information that we may need to produce these type of products, for example. And if we require a possibility to reduce scales, to have smaller scales who will need more detailed information, and and we would need what you were mentioning. I would like to add something. We also have an important challenge here because the citizen observatories and observers are always welcome. There's no doubt on that. They're not only welcome, but they're necessary and they complement to what we can do from formal institutions. What does this imply? This implies a storage capacity, because the question is, where are we going to have all of this information? How are we going to filter it? How are we going to categorize it, filter it? Who could be in charge of that? I think the question is not if we could do it to validate it, but how we can manage to do this. It's not a question only for IDEAM, but for the state, for the entire state. How we're gonna achieve this, but observers are fundamental. I don't know if there's another question from the public. Okay, our last question over here. If we don't use the microphone, this it won't be in the. Hello, my name is Camilo. I have two questions. Basically, what's the challenge and the challenge for it, instead of being twice a year, for it to be once a year annually versus biannually, to get this map? And related to the previous talk, the mapping of the aquifers and groundwater. I think there's a NASA mission that are working in tandem, that is the GRACE mission, which uses the gravitational part to locate groundwater. I don't know, how can we incorporate this water on the map to be able to detect groundwater on a national level? Thank you, Camilo. There are two questions there. I don't know if Rai wants to answer, or shall we? And because we have Cristina here, I think who better than Cristina to answer the why of the frequency biannually versus annually? I can answer that there are several factors. The financial aspect. With our agreement with Ecopetrol, we'll be able to dynamize, but while we enable, approve, everything takes time, right? But after this happens, and for your first question, basically, there's a situation that I explained a little bit, the richness of categories and levels that the national list has, which is a de facto standard in the country. As we explained, it's 75 categories, and that requires time, 55 categories. But we have alternatives, which is the alternative that we're working with, AI, which is a map with fewer categories. It's not all the categories of the normal list. And this could be useful, and these could be produced annually in a quicker way. But times to produce the national map, cover with land cover, it's difficult to shorten those times. Nevertheless, it's a product that's used on a national level in many cases, especially in land use cases that require that level of thematic detail. And so we need to continue to produce a fully detailed map, and we instead can complement the information with other maps, with machine learning maps, for example. And we're already using the information in Corin, like, for example, the information of the interpreters. We can get temporary maps this way, in a quicker way. I would like to take advantage of this moment to say something that we haven't said, and I think it's a milestone too. It's the first time in the process of the history of the product, since we're working jointly with the statistics department, DANE, in certifying the statistics operation. What we were saying of opportunity comes with trust and the certainty of our processes and standardization. So this year we're sort of writing a process and a purpose, and it's to certify the statistic operation of the coverage map of our nation, of our country. Is not only going to be an official product, but certified statistically by the DANE, by the statistics department. The second question, we have our hydrology director, Fabio. You can please answer the question. Hi. In this, it's important to mention that the subdirection of the hydric evaluation have been experimenting with and exploring Brace tool and the resolution of their data. We have to work it on several large aquifer zones, and we need to take advantage of the we need specific measurements and points of measurement which we're seeing to see which ones we can articulate, and maybe for 2026, depending on the alliances that we're forming, we can get derived products of that information. Given time, that's the time we had for the questions. Thank you for our guests for talking to us in detail about what their expertise. We invite you to our afternoon portion of the day, which will have technical discussions, and we also have a surprise for those of you who decide to stay with us. Thank you very much, and we thank our director and all of the speakers for this enriching dialogue that has shown us the real impact of the land map of different sectors. Before we go to our pause, we want you to fill our satisfaction survey projected on the screen, please. We value your contributions, and for us to know if we're going on the path. And for those of you who are with us online, we'll have the link through the chat as well. We're going to have a small lunch break. We'll see you at 2:15 in the afternoon to continue with the session. And for those of you who are virtually at 2:30 to see you again. Thank you much. We invite everybody who's outside of the auditorium to enter. We'll be getting started with our second session of the afternoon. So please come into the auditorium. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We will begin to our afternoon with our afternoon agenda on the fourth day of AmeriGEO Week 2025. We thank everybody that's joining us in on this room and those who join us on live broadcast. This second part has important subjects for climate change and climate action. We start with a fundamental subject for the protection of our system of fire scars in Colombia. I would like to invite Ghislaine Echeverry from IDEAM, director for IDEAM, who will give us relevance for this work. Good afternoon once again. We'll get started again with some key subjects that are mapping and identification in scars of burn and then floods in La Mojara. So we will start with the burn scars. We understand that forest fires are not only isolated events, but they affect profoundly ecosystems, the quality of air, biodiversity, and they put people's lives at risk. This methodology developed by our technical teams allows us to see the scope of these events and orient risk management and prevention based in evidence. This work helps us to transform the information of Earth in with by strengthening the resilience of the territories. Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Balbuena. I work in EDM in the subdirectory of ecosystems, and I'm going to be presenting you with the for monitoring and of burn scars in mapping in Colombia. This with the support of Civith and Get and Natura Foundation, who has supported us, and IDEAM, who does the technical aspects. We're going to move into the introduction. On a global scale, we've seen a rise of forest fires. We've seen it in the news over the last few years, and these happen more and more often, and they're more intense. This is also happening in our country. That's why the government has been strengthening risk management. And in 2021, through the climate action law, we established a goal for 2030 where the country needs to reduce by 30% the areas affected by forest fires in regards to the baseline that corresponds to 2019. This law has different modules, has 7 modules. Module 3 is the one that corresponds to the burn scars. IDEAM, according to their functions, according to Law 99 of 93, does the follow-up on all of these affectations of forest fires systems, and that's the reason why IDEAM has this new methodology for mapping these scars using field data and satellite images, and IDEAM does it within a platform that's called Google Earth Engine. As a general objective, it's precisely that to have this methodology to identify and map and monitor burn scars, uh, integrating satellite images and field data that allow for reports nationally and subnationally that help us to determine which is the burnt area on an annual level and where are these areas distributed in the country. As specific objectives, we want to establish methodologies that are robust for the generation of also to contribute to the report of national reports as for the NDC, and to generate information for the decision makers. We have the national context. The person, those in charge, that everything that has to do with the report of these burnt areas is the SINA, is the Environmental Information System, and the Risk Management System, according to the decrees, as you can observe here. Here's a little bit to understand what's the information flow. How, when we take field information, they reach EDM. And so we see the sequence where in the first point we are observing here that the event occurs, then the community warns the firefighters. Firefighters arrive, they do the control of the fires, and in stage three, the firemen take basic information on field like areas, the coordinates, the type of coverage that has been burnt. They send this information to the environmental entities, in this case, CAR, they verify the information that comes from the firemen. They verify this burnt area. When they do this validation, and they have this information ready, SCAR then sends sniff and within EDM through a platform that has some formats. EDM receives the information, and then at this stage, Sniff downloads the information. They do the validation verification that the information is complete and is well to generate reports, the statistics, and send this information to, well, they publish the information. Here we cannot see it very clearly, but to talk a little bit about the types of fires. So to understand, if we're, for example, we wonder what burns in a forest fire. A forest burns in forest in agriculture. Well, the crops burn, and then subterranean fires. And then we also have grasslands. When these get burnt, generally speaking, dry during drought for agriculture station, uh, and for when the burns are prescribed or organized fire. Why do we burn? For all the cases, it's us humans. For forest fires, they're accidental or provoked or caused by a lightning. In deforestation, for crops and so forth and so on. And here we can see an example of the images, satellite images of how you see these types of burns or fires. So we're going to talk about Google Earth Engine. Most of you here must know it. We understand that it's a processing platform for satellite images that's quite used on a global scale. It has a lot of advantages that we can see here. For example, we can do processing and storing on the cloud of large amounts of information. It's of open code, open use code. So anybody who wants to go in and modify the code, they can do that depending on the results you want to get. It's free for non-commercial uses, and it has access to a lot of geospatial data, such as satellite images. In the case of Lancet from the 80 Sentinel-2, which are from 2015-16. And it has some disadvantages like the limit of processing and storage. If we're going to do a large area like a country, as it would be the case of Colombia, you can't. You would have to do it small to be able to export it. Here you can see the platform where we have the script. We have each of the work areas in which Colombia is divided. And to go into the subject here, we're looking at the methodology where you integrate information, field information with satellite information. Here in field information, we can see that we have basically the same steps that we would have for any type of studies for soils, grounds, where you have a stage from field, pre-field, post-field. You revise the information, you do a diagnosis on the other side. You have the satellite information where you do a pre-classification of the information. You do this in Google Earth Engine. You do a classification, post-classification. This post-classification is done outside of Google Earth Engine by exporting the data. And later, after we have this information, we check the information, we do like an integration, a validation of the data. And last step, when we have a good result of that layer of burnt scars, we do the according publication. Here we see a little more in detail each of these phases. In the case of the field phase, we have pre-field, we do planning and preparation of what we're going to do in field. On the field, we take information following methodological guidelines, and then post field, we do the analysis of the information and the diagnosis. Here we can see we take a field information we call ground information, where we prepare the teams and the equipment like cameras, cells, the APPs, GPS. In the case that we have drones and a drone pilot, to handle these types of devices. We can also take information there. For that, you need to do the flight programming, and we need to keep in mind that we need to meet with the checklist 100% to go to the field, and for that the data readings is successful. On the other hand, you need to take the according formats, be there in paper or digital or phones, or whatever method, where you need to have the basic information, like for example, the point coordinates. Uh, if the case is, then we need GPS information if we can do that, for polygons, which is great information. Also the date, the calculate estimated area, the type of coverage that has been burnt, to have at least one photograph, a panoramic a photograph of the burn zone. If we have the drone, then we can obtain information like, for example, orthophotographs, which is a georeferenced image where we can do analysis or determine certain areas on a detailed level. We can see what type of biomass is there, if it was all burnt or not, and then for some specific cases, we can do a severity analysis to be able to see, for example, if severity was high, low, or medium, and then be able to determine the greenhouse gas emission towards the atmosphere if the whole biomass was burnt or not. So we would continue here with. Okay, on field, what we do is we do this representative sampling of the burnt areas. These areas need to, we're not going to show all the areas because sometimes these areas are huge. So we select them by doing samples. So we do a statistic analysis, we do strata, keeping in mind coverage and the severity level. And in these zones, that's where we're going to be taking the according samples, as we can see in the images here. In field, you also do the verification or doubt. Sometimes with the images, we get a polygon, but we don't know if it's a burn or not. It could be a water body or a crop being prepared, so we do that verification. And then it helps us to do validation and review areas. So we see the images, we take that visual register of ground, whether it's with our camera or with a cell phone or a drone, where we take an image that can be representative of the zone. That's a panoramic photograph like we can see here, and a close-up or first plane image where we can see here like what type of coverage we have, like biomass that was not burnt. So that helps us for different types of studies. And if we can also take GPS information, be it for taking some specific points within the burn at the center of it, if possible, and then to generate polygons with the GPS regarding the borders of the burn. In the post-field stage, we can see here that what we do is we organize, rename the information. So we have like a format for that, where the first thing we put is the name, whether it's a video, a drone, or a ground photograph. Then what we put is the date when this photograph was registered. Then after the date, we do put the place, the name of the village or municipality, and then finally consecutive numbers, so we have a unique code for that burn so that we can identify it easy. This makes it easier for us to later analyze and compare information. If we have information later that coming from a drone, then we take these images from the drone, we do the processing to generate this point cloud. Then we continue to interpolate these points to get the DEM, which is the elevation digital model. Then we get a 3D model. Here we see the mountain in the zones where the burn areas happened of a high slope, as we can see here. And this can hurt for a lot, and this has a lot of applications. In the case of grounds, we can determine that these are the zones that are going to be eroding. If it's a zone in a region where it rains a lot and it's a sandy ground, then it gives us a lot more information on field. And lastly, we get the ortho photograph that gives us information in detail about the area that was burnt. So this type of information is important. On the field, we use what we call the heat points, and we also use them in the burnt scars to be able to corroborate and verify whether or not it is a burn or a fire. So I want to show two platforms here. Several exist now, ones that are free, like firms from NASA, which most of you know it. But in the case of Colombia, we have other private websites, Wildfire Solutions, WFS, and the Colombian government is paying for a service with this private platform because they provide us with a lot more information that the public free platforms. But we always use all of the available information as long as it's good quality. In this platform, we can do analysis not on a point level, but conglomerate level, where we analyze and we give information of the intensity of the fire while it's burning. We also have information of the propagation of the fire. So, for example, if we activate this system right now, it would tell us in which direction the fire is going, which we can see here through the colors. Every hour it's going to be augmenting towards up the north. So this gives us a lot more information, but these are tools that we use and that we also use and include in the analysis that we do on burn scars. We know that there are different factors that affect the capacity of satellites to detect fires, like cloud coverage, dense smoke, overcast, the air in regions of Pacific that is cloud covered for most of the year. We cannot get information in these cases. Also in parts of the Amazon where under the dosel there are superficial fires. It's very difficult to see these type of the images. So that's when we have the need to integrate information that comes directly from the field. So I want to show you an example here of community monitoring of forest fires in Colombia. This national network of forest brigades that are community-based in a platform called Alercom, Community Alerts, and they are in different parts of Colombia. Right now, there are 80 that are trained and equipped. They can tend fire, and they know how to take information on the field in the best possible way. They have a format. This is through an app that they install in your cell phone. The format shows up and it asks everything that we see here. Like, for example, if there's evidence of a smoke column, what color it is, if roughly the estimated area, what area was burnt, or what coverage is close by. So we can have a lot of information. These forest brigades, which are 80, forest brigades that we expect and we want them to be more than 200. They have already, each of them, a drone, and they have their certified drone pilot, so they can also take information with drone. So this is information, as we can see here, with a lot of detail. They report on the field over there when there's a fire, and automatically this reaches to the platform, GeoVisor, which the ministry has it right now, to pass this information over to the IDEAM, and what has been reported appears here. So the statistics are here of how many reports of the statistics of areas and coverage that have been burnt, what type of color the smoke column has, and so forth and so on. All of this information starts appearing here in Bogota. Uh, in this platform, and then we can quickly also make decisions, take decisions, and do a better handling.
That's in terms of the field. Now let's go on to the satellite image component. Now here we have, first of all, in the methodology is the images or the information we use, Landsat images and Sentinel images. Sometimes a Sentinel doesn't have enough information because maybe it has clouds, it's not seen too properly, so we use the other images in order to complete the image. We actually do a pre-classification on Google Earth Engine to then do a sampling process and to continue with supervised classification by using algorithms that are very used for these cases like random forest in order to then export this data outside of the Google Earth Engine and then do a post classification using AGIS or PostGIS or any other GIS software to do post classification, where we can actually unify the different tiles, where we can do reprojections for Colombian coordinates. We calculate the different areas and other things that we calculate. So as I was telling you, the information of the images that we use is medium type solution, Sentinel, and Landsat images. We use all the available imagery. In certain cases, when we have images, we use high definition, high resolution images for verification of certain areas or to validate other images. So these are the images that have been used and many others. In this case, as I told you, we do have some areas like the Pacific region and many areas that cannot actually be seen with any type of satellite because they're completely cloud covered frequently, for example. So therefore, we are looking at the potential that these radar SAR images have. We know that they've also launched lately in the last few months. They've launched different types of radars type satellites, such as biomass from Biandapet that could penetrate into the forest surface. These images, radar images, penetrate any environmental conditions, whether it's at night or in the day, if it's cloudy, whatever. They have 100% information coverage in the territory with radar images. And some new images that are going to be available are NISA, which are L-band bands. So we're going to try to see what potential exists for these images in order to do this mapping of these burn scars where it affects the forest canopy to see exactly where these areas are burnt, so how the restoration is, a natural restoration. So within these areas. So maybe these images have a lot of applications. Now let's go on to the next step of the methodology where we do a pre-classification. So you can't see this properly, but as you can see here, we can't process all the information from Colombia, so we have snippets or tiles, or we have like a quadrant where we actually work parts of it and we generate pieces of this image. In order to look at this image, we generate compositions or groupings. 3 months the actual burn occur here. We actually see the burn. I'm actually highlighting these this dark red colors. So we have compositions 3 months before, 2 months after the burn. And what the algorithm does is they compare this relationship between the different images using indexes and using different algorithms, and it generates the burn scar. In this case, what we see here in the blue color. So very quickly, we can actually see how the algorithm works. Now let's look at the details. It also works using indexes like NDVI and BR. Here you can see the actual image. In the case of the sampling strategy, so we take training samples from different burnt areas and non-burnt areas, and these samples are then put into a supervised classification by using the random forest algorithm as we see here. And then when we have a good result with this, then we can export this outside of the cloud, outside of Google Earth Engine, and with that we can start working with a GIS software or maybe QGIS as well, which is free open source software. And that software that you use, that GIS software, what you can do is post classification with this software where you unify these small tiles or areas that were worked on in the past, where you reproject this, you remove overlapping areas. This happens quite a bit. We calculate the polygon areas that are greater to or equal to 0.5 hectares. Whatever's below that is deleted. And lastly, we we soften the polygons or generalize the polygons. Here we see an example of the results. This was already applied for 2019. We're working on the 2020 year right now. So we're seeing how the distribution of the red colors are of the burn scars in Colombia. In order to improve those results, the idea is that we have very high quality results, and not only doing this process in the cloud, but generally we're not able to have these results, the high quality results. So we continue by doing a preliminary revision and to identify exactly what mistakes or errors can occur. In this case, we've identified burn errors that we see in the red dots, and non-burnt areas are the blue colors. So this is focused more on the Orinoquia region and in the region of the Caribbean region. For an easy interpretation, we can create heat maps where we can see the red colors, the greatest concentration of errors, followed by orange or yellow colors. So in these heat maps for errors, these specific zones, that's where we start to go and check using satellite imagery, Landsat or Sentinel's images, and errors may be produced because they confuse this with water, or they confuse the area. Maybe there's a burn where really it was actually a cloud, or maybe it's the shade of a cloud, or simply the algorithm, for whatever reason, was not able to map out the entire burn, but only certain parts of it. So it's an incomplete burn. So what we seek to accomplish with this revision using these images is to be able to complete that information, complete those images to have a better result. In this case, for the images, what we propose is to use individual images where we download these from NASA's website. We recommend that we use the monitoring uh, carbon system where we have protocols that explain exactly how you have to process these images in order to obtain a very good image, and there actually be able to see the burns and to do that type of correction. So using this methodology, we do a masking, we do with this plugin, which is called Cloud Mass, and we do a normalization with this plugin called ARR Norm. These plugins and others are available. They're free to use. They're available. They're open source. They're drafted by the Carbon and Forest Monitoring System. So these are softwares that the EDM has actually created. And you can use all the Sentinel and Lancet images. So we recommend that you make monthly mosaics so you don't have so many images, but instead take all these images and stockpile them and only obtain one image from all of the images. So we apply a plugin that's called a Stack Composed, and you use it to stockpile these images and combine all the different images to create this index. And here we can see the final result with better clarity, the different burn marks and scars, and it's easier to manage one image instead of one image. But here we have the two options according to what you think is easier to use. After we check that information and we make the adjustments, with that then we incorporate field data with the different satellite images. But before that, we have to do a diagnosis of the field data where we collect information, we organize that information, we check inconsistencies, we check the features, we do a revision with that satellite imagery, and then based on that information, then we actually incorporate that information, field satellite incorporation via space data, where we take that information from the field that we know, as we see in this graph here on this map here, the majority of these are points. We have historical information that has been imported by the environmental authorities called CARs, and this is more focused on Andean and the Caribbean area. And we see in this area precisely where the different satellites cannot obtain information. To end, I simply wanted to show you that here we simply add the layers with this tool called Trace. Here we have the validation process that is done. I'm not going to explain it because it's a bit long, but all of this information is available, and it was used using a protocol, and you have the details explaining exactly how the step-by-step works. And here we see the validation that is done also using a tool called Akatama, where we use different statistical values. We check point by point and we determine if it's a burn or not. And at the end, we get these validation results. And what do we seek with this? We want to have the best information possible, more 96, 98% accuracy. Here we have the reports indicators for the surfaces after we have the final map, the number of alerts, and the information in accumulated area throughout the years. Some statistical results briefly that I would like to discuss. Well, we have the departments where we see the most burns. This is in 2019. As Bichada, Meta, Casanara are the departments with the most burns, and municipalities like Cumaribo, La Primavera, Puerto Gaitán, and certain other savanna coverages, forest areas. And we also see that the region of the Orinoquia is the one that has the most burns. After that, the Amazons, and very closely after that, the Caribbean region, and this needs to be considered. And finally, in order to end, the assessed area has showed that the methodology that was proposed is a tool which is very used and efficient use to map out burn scars throughout diverse ecosystems and coverages in Colombia in a short period of time, and generating reasonable results, high quality reasonable results in a semi-automated fashion. So basically, that's what I wanted to talk about. As I told you, all of this information is available with a protocol that can be used and queried later. And thank you so much. I'm not sure if anybody has any question or if there's time. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cesar, for your presentation. This next block talks about risk management in Colombia, flooding in the Almohana region. This is a strategic area due to its biodiversity, its role in agricultural production, and its high vulnerability in terms of extreme climate events. To introduce this topic and to give you context about this importance, I invite the director of the AM, Gislana Tierreria Prieto, whom will lead this panel from the conditions related to meteorology and environmental issues of the country. Thank you very much. Up next, flooding in La Amojana, temporal and spatial data to understand connectivity and patterns of water accumulations. Please stay connected. Everyone, the IDEAM is science that transforms. Well, our block this afternoon will be wrapped up with an analysis that manifests the importance of hydrology applied to risk management based on data, assessing flooding dynamics throughout the Amojana region. The IDM, as a meteorological authority, has developed a study to understand the magnitude, the frequency, and the distribution of flooding, identifying critical areas and producing key information for adaptation plans and mitigation efforts. This type of analysis not only contributes to the protection of communities and ecosystems, which are the most vulnerable, but it also strengthens planning at a national level and regional level, aligned with our mandate to provide timely information which is reliable and useful. So I invite our different speakers to this panel. My name is Nelsie Berruga. I am part of the technical team for the modeling and hydrology group from the IDM and the hydrology division. And I am going to talk about, I'm going to tell a brief story about how we've been monitoring in recent times flooding throughout the country. First, let's look at the regional geography to tell you about what we've assessed in terms of the occupation of this territory and appropriation of this territory. The Mojana region is a broad region in the north of Colombia. In that region, we have three different river systems, which are quite large. One is the San Jorge River, that it goes from the spring and it crosses three different systems significantly. The Ayotel, Ciénaga, San Benito, Ciénaga, and San Bernardo Ciénaga. And the latter side, we have the river, the Cauca River Basin. In the lateral side, we have the River Cauca Basin, and throughout the River Cauca, we've historically seen ruptures due to the occupation of this territory. The municipalities that are part of the Mojana area are 11 municipalities, but I wanted to specifically tell you that apart from these 11 municipalities that are actually part of the Mojana area, other municipalities that are part of the other departments also directly have an impact with the productive dynamics of this region. Our basic monitoring network that the dam operates in this region has a robust set of data, close to 40, 50 years worth of data in certain cases, and it's guided mainly toward hydrometeorological variables. The hydrological water ones we can talk about different water flows, transportation of sediments, and they're scattered and distributed in this way throughout the territory. About the previous slide, I would like to tell you that with our hydro and meteorological information open to data, it can be queried with crude data or raw data and open data, and any user can download this raw data. The hydrological regime, as I mentioned earlier, is two very complex systems: the San Jorge River Basin and the Cauca River Basin. This historical registry or log that we have in levels in the Monte Libano area allows us to analyze exactly how the historical behavior has been, the trends, whether descending or ascending trends, and the seasons where it's normal to see these floodings. In certain points, these dynamics have been altered significantly by human occupations in this territory, and this is manifested in the occupation of the floodings or how much the flooding, where the flooding is going. This is directly affecting agricultural and livestock production. It has an impact which is very significant in support and food processes for food production for the citizens. And we will see the different details of other different features which we think are interesting in the system. As a historical setting, I would like to tell you about pre-Hispanic occupation in this region. Going back to the history, I think that the exercise of the Sanu hydraulic exercise, this is one of the most interesting learnings for the pre-Hispanic population in that territory in South America, all the South American territory. Without a doubt, it produced an occupation that took around 1,000 years with sustainable production dynamics. Unfortunately, however, well, these were ruptured due to many socio-economic activities throughout the region. Now I wanted to talk about some milestones in the last few decades, because despite saying that the Mojana region has a great volume of basic studies, I think that from just in the last decade alone, we've been able to incorporate interinstitutional actions in an efficient fashion. I would like to highlight this is a plan called Compass that was published in 2022. The Compass Plan is a strategy from a national social and economic policies strategy, which allows us to interact with other different national instances. With other national and regional instances. And identify the key points that have been used with the system. From this exercise, with the drafting of this compass plan, I would like to highlight usage conflicts. As I mentioned earlier, occupation processes in this territory, this has determined that at certain points we have conflicts which have been very high. If we remember, or if we consider the occupation of the territory and the property in the earth, it's not actually equal, and that's why we have so many conflicts that our populations are living or going through. Here I wanted to mention the wetlands, which is very characteristic of these regions and whose occupations for different activities limits the capacity to create norms for the systems. For quite a long time now, after some recent events like the intense flooding that we've seen in 2010, the EDM has been assessing the different dynamics of these floodings in the zone. Just to give you an example, in the most recent years, we started to see areas that normally have been occupied by water corresponding to the different cienagas and different uh, wetlands because of the Niña and the Niño features. We've seen different migrations from the water system, especially from the Cauca River, actually flowing into the San Jorge River basins. We've seen that in 2022, 2023, and it is very documented, completely documented. Here, we wanted to see exactly what happened in 2022 because the rupture, as was mentioned this morning, didn't only happen in the 2023 year or 2024 years, but before that, this had occurred as well. These lateral dike ruptures had happened in the Cauca River, and their interventions in the territory was not the best. They didn't handle this properly, which actually we had intense flooding throughout the region. After the hydrological and water management, as I told you, in the Cauca River basin, this historical record allows us to identify the seasons where we have high tides or low tides, or also the transitions toward a sustainable area at a hydrological level. It also allows us to identify in what years or for what years the situation was similar to the ones that the current system is experimenting. And also, it gives us signs that help us identify the magnitudes of the water flow that is entering the system. These two control stations in the Cauca River, they do show, despite showing quite a similar regime, what I wanted to highlight here is that here in the lower Cauca River, we also have the Nechi River basin having an effect, and there's some interventions in the Nechi River that have produced not only alterations in the water flow into the river, but sedimentation and the quality of the sediments that are flowing into the Cauca River basin system. For that effect, we've been developing some interinstitutional actions with the Ministry of the Environment and with other regional stakeholders like Cordova University and obviously the Corpo Mahana environmental authorities to detect these water flows and pathways and to locate those places where we've seen the deposits of the sediments because their features have a direct impact on human health. Let's remember that these populations are amphibian populations that we have. They take a lot of their food from the fishing industry, so that has a direct impact on the health of the humans that inhabit these regions. How have we done to follow up on flooding recently with sentinel images and an accommodation that you're seeing on the screen here, which is quite clear. What we evidence and see is in the darker areas, we see the water flow and how it prefers to flow. Evidently, what occurs is that there's a persistence of a rupture in the Carigato region. Let's see if we can actually see it. This sector here and the direct affectation on the regime that the Cauca River should normally flow in under natural conditions. That non-natural intrusion toward the San Jorge River Basin system has severe implications. The San Jorge River Basin system, as I mentioned in the beginning, has cienagas that regulate the systems or that actually affect the river. Since there's a huge volume that comes in from the Cauca River, what happens is it's altered the Cienega regime that can actually manage these water excesses under normal conditions, but under these current conditions, the buffer area Cienega region is not able to handle this. Some territories that did not have flooding in the past now have to coexist with flooding, with all the implications that brings their populations in their socioeconomic activities. From the EDM, what we've been supporting people with systematically and with continuous generation of information, starting in May of 2024, where we had the most recent rupture of the dike, we've seen extensions of flooding information, and this is being used as information to help analyze the different actions that are being developed or need to be developed in the territory. These imply structured measures and non-structural measures, like the working together with other projects at a regional level that are being worked on in this territory. Very well. Well, that information from the satellite images has been very useful for us to do to assess the analysis of hydrological results that we have in this area. As an interesting historical background, a few years back, almost a decade ago actually, we created a very detailed analysis in the Mohana region with a digital model of high precision elevation of the water flow. Despite being a flat land, any variations actually has an effect on the water flows. We've actually done this exercise initially a few years back, as I mentioned. We did this exercise, and what we do now is to actually update that modeling scenario and include within this modeling scenario, we include some of the major interventions that have occurred in the region. This is included into a hydrological model that we actually run for this zone. And as border conditions or limit conditions, we take the analogous years that in a historical analysis allowed us to identify which years are similar to the ones that we're currently assessing. For semester one of, or during the first semester of 2024, we had selected some similar years. We did the exercise, and it allowed us to previously or significantly understand how the evolution would work of that extension of flooding, how that would actually work for this next peak that was selected. And with that information, that's what we used to make the decision to effectively not intervene severely that year in the Caragato region because the effect was not going to be so significant according to our forecast. So the reflection, the final reflection that I wanted to share, well, here we've consolidated all of this information that I tried to present very quickly into a story map where each of the different components that I mentioned earlier in details can be explored in further detail. It's very up to date. It's updated bi-weekly, so please query it. Please go research and check it out, and know that the dam is working in real time in these on these matters. To conclude, I would like to tell you that the extensions of flooding analysis is not an easy task. We can feed this with satellite imagery, yes. However, it requires verification in the field. We have whenever we've seen these flooding events, we've gone through some intense campaigns with our operations and field visitors where we actually go and verify those flooding marks and verify that information as information for new exercises for future flooding forecasts. Apart from this, these results are not exclusively for the Institute. We're part of a technical table that was created for the Mohana region where even though it's being led by the Ministry of the Environment, we have many different stakeholders participating, like the Disaster Risk Management Unit, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Planning Unit, the Agricultural Department, and other instances that allow us to interact together and have the information generated by EM be available and facilitate for decision making and informed decision making. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions. I'm attentive to answer any question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. We've covered a day filled with knowledge and proposals to strengthen the environmental management and transparency in Colombia. Now we're going to have a conversation that is going to join IDM experts and RES regarding the challenges we have coming up and the commitments to continue to advance. We invite to moderate the space the General Director of IDEAM, Gislaine Echeverri Petro, as well as Elizabeth Patiño, Subdirector in the IDEAM, Mr. Jimenez for Environmental Management, Raul Bernal for Diana. Let's welcome these people, these folks, with a round of applause. Okay, we're going to be wrapping up this day of day four, AmeriGEO, Blocky IDEAM. I'm here with my four subdirectors representing each of the wide lines that we're working in IDEAM. I'm with Elizabeth Patiño of the Subdirectorate of Environmental Studies, with Fabio Bernal from Subdirectorate of Hydrology, with Diana Carolina Rueda of Subdirectorate of Meteorology, and Conrad Jimenez of the Subdirectorate of Systems and Environmental Information. So we're going to be closing quickly with a few points for each of them to share with us from that their own experience. Lisa, how we getting the information that IDEAM generates? It's not only solid and robust, technically speaking, but also understandable and applicable by the decision makers and the citizenship. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being still here in the auditorium listening to us. This question starts with the subject of with the robustness that has represents the team for so long, but it's also like a bet that goes around mediation around information. All of this scientific information needs to be translated and taken and made available to all of the citizens in the country. And for this reason, what have we done? Well, from the different groups that we conform the subdirection, we have made a commitment. And I think that this is extremely important and relevant to highlight it, because we have all sort of, say colloquially, we've all gone that extra mile, and we've produced all of the reports with a technical solidity and robustness, but they've gone way beyond. For example, is the case of the story maps, a very important tool in terms of sharing information. For example, from the different groups, the state of the environment and natural resources is a report that we have to that EDM leads, but we do it together with the four research institutes that are linked to the ministry, with ALA and with parks. And we take all of this information that we compile in a dynamic way to a story maps, where you can verify, where you can see it, where you can access this information. This is only to talk about the report on environment state. We've also done it with the report of the state of the quality of the air in Colombia. Last year we had a milestone where we delivered on December 15th to deliver a much more dynamic version without lacking rigorosity. You go in and you get all of the data. We also have all of the scenarios, which we launched about 15 days ago, the for department for the decision making in territories, and it also goes into story maps, and you can download them. You can see all the layers, because it's been hard work with all of the subdirectorate office to make sure that all of this information can be downloadable and it's official. And with the calendar, also we can explain all of the reports. But we've done mediation of the communication, technical information, inputs, data, information. We've put them into downloadable and understandable formats that are accessible for everybody. Subdirectorate, yes, the environmental subdirectory studies is a subdirectory that gathers all of the products of the other subdirectorates, like climate change, air quality report, natural resources report, and general lines and application regarding the other themes for IDEAM. So now we're going to move on with Fabio, who leads the hydrology subdirectorate, but also all of our network, all of our operational areas where we have this huge number of stations, more than 2,700 stations covering the national territory, monitoring hydrology and meteorology. Fabio, in that line from the Institute, we've done an important effort to make this information available. We were talking about the water, the groundwater as well. So many lines of work from hydrology, but in what sense, from the subdirectorate, what has been the largest effort or result? Because in terms of result, for the information generated by the IDEAM to be more understood and comprehensible for decision making. Good afternoon. I think it would be three aspects that allow us to migrate towards that objective, because it's a long-term effort that we can generate. One of them being through different bulletins, the Sirache, Isotopia, the ones that have been consolidating and are available to users now. And we can visualize information in a graphic and understandable way, a friendly way. It reaches people with more impact regarding data that are not as interesting to some users to evidence characteristic aspects. Another large effort that we did was updating the Views platform, which we started last year, and it allows us to share with the users in a easy and intuitive way data that is recent and complementary information that was articulated in the last version of the platform, that has other layers of useful information for the user that can be seen. And the third element that is complementary as well, which is a real-time reports that we report to the alert office. Satellite monitoring has been a system that is helping us to provide information that's closer to certain sectors. We have work tables, Mohana work table, others with the agriculture ministry and OPRA, also with the water supply for Bogota. We can describe those people that make decisions, how this information is available, what novelties will be generating, and how they can use this information towards making decision making. So, for example, with floods, we can see with satellite images the evolution, and we can articulate the follow-up of what we're expecting in the hydrological regime, to see what periods we can expect certain characteristics, and how we can accentuate situations that we know from previous historical facts. Thank you, Fabio. Also from the Subdirectorate Office of Hydrology. It's one of the greatest users of satellite images, and it also has the challenges of organizing the geospatial images. And Fuse is a tool that's available that you can consult in our portal, and you'll get all the information of our stations in real time. But not only as far as availability of information, there was a bet that we also saw in terms of artificial intelligence, interoperability of information, and also of applying emerging technologies. Subdirector Raymond, how, to summarize, how these tools have been able to potentialize the impact of our products and services, and how are we projecting it on the short term, which are the next upcoming years, as far as these applications are concerned. Thank you, Director. I'm not going to be repeat with the what we've seen today beyond the official map of Earth coverage of Colombia, beyond the official map of marine, coastal, and water maps for Colombia, from uh, environmental maps, keeping in mind the logo of this event, which is Earth Intelligence. First, we have to go through the conviction and the knowledge of the officers and the team, not only officers as to speak, but the entire EDAM team that works on each of the products and that adds to the experience, to the elaboration and creation of every product, supported in the use of new technologies, but also of traditional techniques. When you put these two together, are the conviction of our collaborators, employees, and technologies come in, and then the decision that we were just talking about in this morning within an administration that supports the advancement and the achievement of goals as far as products are concerned, then we can obtain the compliance of the products that we're already dealing with, but with better technologies. What specific products beyond the ones that we saw this morning? Well, we can see that towards the future we're projecting to include anthropic variables to slides, to earth slides or mass removals, and to keep in mind what we see, what happens beyond what we see on the surface as far as erosion is concerned. Um, this has to do with human activity and infrastructure. We also need to keep in mind the advancement from monitoring of the forests, but also what we can have with our role in the handling of environmental information, both internally for IDEAM, but also with environmental information handling in Colombia in the products that IDEAM creates. So what we have is a huge potential that we've been working on, and towards the future, and with the decision, with the checklists that we're adding, experience, uh, ideas, and administrative decisions, we can strengthen the institute. Thank you, subdirector. Yes, there are a lot of bets. We were talking about it in the earlier panel. We have a huge challenge, which is scaling, having a scale of better scales, of having better resolution scales, larger territories, and there. Here we also are trying to get the monitoring of forests, which, by the way, 2 weeks ago we launched the report. The entire information is available in our website, ideam.com.co. You can see the forest report for 2024 and the uh, quarter bulletins. So we have some challenges within IDEAM. We've been advancing with the appropriation of all of the geospatial information. And I have a reflection that I'm going to give it to our subdirectorate of meteorology, because it's one of the lines that it's more dynamic per se. All of the subdirectorates have a core work core that's very strong, but the meteorology all is every day delivering information, is always on the move, is the line of alert, the line of climate, of the weather, a line that has high dynamism. And there it's very important to review what occurs in the country, but we also need to be very connected with what's happening on a global level. The models that we generate are like a fractal of global models. So, with that in mind, subdirector, what do you think are the which do you think are the capacities that we need to widen? What do we need to prioritize in alliances in Latin America? Because we're here in AmeriGEO in this weekend. We've had the opportunity to talk with different representatives of the countries, and we've noted some common points. So could you please just share what your thoughts are? Yes, of course, Director. A greeting to everybody to be here. Well, the National University, which is the house of our graduate degree in meteorology, reminds us in terms of human capacity are the efforts that a country has done, like many other countries in the region, of doing its best to be able to integrate the best available information and have it available for the region for decision making. With that in mind, I think with that, what's most valuable in regional terms is that Colombia has done as best as it can with the capacities that it has, and with that, its best point of strength is its human talent, which is in EDM and meteorology team, generating the reports and available energy for scenarios of climate variability and specific products for decision making. I want to also recognize the work of all of the workers of the EDM, which have shared their expertise and their knowledge, and we've seen how they are highlighted in each of these spaces. On a regional level, I think Colombia's participation has not only been strategic, but additional to that, it has been unique in terms of making information available for decision making on a regional level, and we're feeding ourselves as well on international systems that gives us factors to have our own decision making processes, as my colleagues were mentioning, in products that are a lot more versatile, simplified for decision making, with the support of all of the workers of the institute. So, summary, on a regional level, we have a capacity, a capability to offer, uh, but we can also be in a leadership role in strengthening our lines and product acquisition and data acquisition as well that may be useful for the region. And thanks to the equatorial strategic position that we have, we can take from international data for the generation of our products. That's right, two oceans, three mountain ranges give us a location, but also experience in territory monitoring, which is very vast and complex. And I think it needs to be said, the technical relationships with our neighboring countries of the region are very flowing. They're very good relationships, and this is a very favorable situation. Very interesting situation because it allows us to understand, allows us to access information and access the processes that are happening in other countries. I also want to take advantage to give thanks to all of the countries who have participated. There are 14 countries that have been joining us for the AmeriGEO week. Some of these countries are in parallel events, and they've showed great disposition to share the information that they have, to the training of technological capabilities, and this obviously strengthens our country. So that's roughly the overview that we have. I think we did a summary of what we talked not only today from IDEAM. We've been talking about different subjects along the week, and we'll be telling you about more. We shared with you today about things that are in process, that are becoming up soon. This year, we are also going to have important products coming out. One is coming from the environmental studies subdirectorate regarding the Paris Agreement, and we're also advancing with automation process lines and geovisors as well. So please be attentive, pay attention to the networks of the Institute by our websites, because we're going to be updating you. There are several processes that are on the go, and they're close to being launched, and so please follow us. And I don't know if one of our subdirectors has some closing remarks. Thank you very much to all of the teams, to the IDEAM teams, members, everybody that attended. If you have any questions, please contact us through our websites. You can ask any questions. You can also congratulate us if you want. Any request. We've also shown here how open we are from EDM to work with territories to territorialize information. It's important from the entities that are joining us that we can open these alliance opportunities We've been requested for training. Several people have come up to me asking for training in meteorology, hydrology, and as well as all of the systems that are handled from environmental studies. So yes, please get your request in, and we'll get that. We also have courses and classes, free classes with the SENA for those of you who are interested with training in climate change, hydrology. We invite you to check these out and that you can access them. They're accessible since 14 years of age. So there's a lot of offerings coming from IDEAM, and I think that will be it for us. We will be saying goodbye for now. Thank you very much for joining us in this space, and with this, we will be closing day 4 IDEAM block on AmeriGEO Week. Thank you very much. To the all leadership team, please come up to the stage and we'll take a group photograph. Only I